welcome back. You've missed us, we've missed you. But in case you forgot, or you're new, let me introduce you to the PCC.
It's going to be an absolute banger of a match from front to back.
Is gonna find the kill. Incredible play coming out.
Who will be the next champion?
50 scrims, 20 days, one PCC championship for Professors, baby.
My guess is as good as yours.
Hello and welcome, Predecessor gamers. Welcome to the Prime Championship Circuit, PCC6. For those who are new around these parts, we are a tournament series created by Predecessor enthusiasts who seek to unite and build the Predecessor competitive community. Today is our first event of this year, and we have so much in store for you guys after today. Hope everyone had a great holiday. My name is R-Dog with the Triple G's, and I am honored to be your host for today's event. How's it going, chat? How's it going, everybody? Thank you, F6, TDM, Lance Cecil, for that banger of a video. Just like F6 said in that video, you've missed us, and we've missed you. Tell me that does not get you hyped up. Today, we are bringing back our amazing desk analysts, and Mr. Meds, Predecessor internal tester. How's it going, Mr. Meds?
Yeah, we're doing good. We've seen some pretty crazy games in the group stages. I'm excited to cast some elims, so this is going to be great.
All right, and how's it going, Moogie?
It's going very, very, very well. First event of the year. I'm very happy to be there. I can't wait to see a full year and of competitive gaming and see how teams are going to evolve throughout the year. And it's starting right now to see how much they have improved towards the preparation during the holiday.
Thank you so much to all of our players who have taken part in our round robin groups thus far. Hope you enjoyed watching some of them streaming the group stages, but now it's time for the elimination rounds. So to kind of just explain how this works, we get to watch the second and third placers go head to head against each other, with the second placer having 1 game advantage and third placers needing to win 2 games in order to advance to the quarterfinals. Losing teams today that we're watching will be eliminated. So, talking about the prize pool, these gamers are going head to head for $3,000, with first place receiving $2,000 and $1,000 going towards the second placer. But those events will be on January 27th and January 28th. Going into this first series, Mr. Meds, can you tell us about Group A and who we will be watching today?
Yeah, so Group A was kind of stacked. It was going down to the wire into that round 5 of who we were actually going to see in this elim game. In that round 5, we did see Deja Vu versus Professors. It was a nail biter, up until that prime fight that everybody saw in, if you were watching Soul Reaper's chat. They did end up taking that win. So we are going to see Deja Vu versus Rat Dog. It should be pretty good. We did see a head-to-head in the group stages. We'll see who comes out on top this time.
All right, and Moogie, looking at the roster of these teams, Deja Vu has Simba, BKB, Jay, Mercy, and TB. Rat Dog, they have Defenses, Spotted Lost, Snipe, and Warps. You watched a lot of scrims, Moogie. What can you tell us about, what sort of strategies will these teams bring out?
Well, on the side of Deja Vu, like we recognize a lot of name of like very good players that play a lot of pubs, and they decided to kind of step up and go into the competitive world. I remember Mercy telling that, wow, competitive world, like the 5v5 is a completely different beast, and they put a lot of work into it, trying to find their identity. And they really step up. Like if you look at Deja Vu like 3 weeks, a month ago, and the Deja Vu we are going to see tonight or today, it's completely different. And there is like one thing that they love to pull out, which was like the double Phoenix Bruiser frontline comp. Maybe we'll get the chance to see that happening. I know a lot of people are memeing about Phoenix, but it seems that sometimes Deja Vu likes it. On the side of Rat Dogs, there is also like knowable name like defenses that we have seen in previous tournament. So I would say like in terms of tournament experience, there is some player on Red Dogs that have a little bit more than Deja Vu, and they also like scream quite a lot, but not at the level that actually like Deja Vu has actually like scream. Like it was as close, maybe like they were doing like 6 scream per day, like double scream set. They really wanted to be prepared for that group stage. And they're in second seats for that group, so that kind of pay off.
Yeah, you can just see the hunger of these players. Can you imagine, like a lot of these players also have like their 9-to-5s or whatever jobs they have to juggle, and then in the evening or whenever they have the free time, they're out here scrimming, and you can see how hard they have been working to get to this point. Congratulations to the professors who are going to make it to the next, part of our tournament, but we're focusing on Deja Vu and Rat Dog. And this is also our very first time we are going to see Iggy and Scorch. Mr. Meds, is Iggy and Scorch, like, what do you think of this hero?
I think Iggy is actually really good right now. There's been some discussion of, who, like what kind of role does Iggy fill? Iggy fills that zone control mage, and I like to say that Iggy is very closely related to Gadget, but I think that Iggy kind of does what Gadget does a little bit better. So I think there might be some priority on Iggy in terms of bans, but we have seen some counters come up since Iggy's release. So, we have seen that Wraith counter in that mid lane. Wraith does, when you get that snipe going, Wraith can snipe down turrets with, almost at any level. So we'll see if that counter comes out against that Iggy, if that Iggy is picked up.
For those who have laid against an Iggy and Scorch, you know how annoying it is to get a Molotov landed on you from so far away and you can't even get to the guy. That is just one of the most annoying things. But I'm curious to say, to hear what you think about Iggy, Mugi.
Well, it's very similar to what Mr. Med said. It's like a zoning caster that can dish a lot of damage in team fight. I also feel like that Zarus falling a little bit off the meta is also like a reason, because Iggy arrived and this like Inferno knockback that just like cancel the Coliseum from Zarus is actually very hard to deal with. And also Iggy, it's like slightly more self-sufficient. It doesn't require a team to play that much or that much setup compared to a Gadget. So I think that's one of the reasons we see Iggy and Scorch that much in many scrims and in many of the group match that we have seen so far.
And one of the things, with the Iggy and Scorch too, is that, you can just burn down objectives so fast. But you know what? I want to watch the game and you want to watch the games. Let's get into this draft. So look at this beautiful draft screen. Thank you so much to our production and behind the scenes. Like it looks amazing. But are we going to be expecting Iggy as a top pick or ban, Mr. Meds?
I don't think so. I think, teams in this group stage have let Iggy and Scorch go in terms of bans. I think there's, a high priority on things that are flexes in some of these lanes. So, we are seeing that this Decker is going to be a ban and this Richter is also a ban. I think these are two big flex picks that can go, pretty much in any lane. And we do see this Bellica come up. This is another big flex pick that can go into the support role and in the mid lane. So it'll be interesting to see, which role that goes in.
And so it's kind of interesting to see when it comes to draft. I feel like there is like kind of a two priority right now. Is either we remove like AVCC champions, as we see here, like the Decker and the Richter got removed, or either we try to eat like the frontline pool of champions. Like sometimes we see that people want to remove Greystone and Steel, and that's exactly what we pick here. We see Greystone and Steel, they want to secure that frontline, leaving only Sevarog and Rampage kind of like frontline character left because Richter is already banned, but they kind of like slightly behind in terms of like efficiency and stuff. So already on the side of Deja Vu, like they have their frontline set and it's super strong.
Yeah, and I do want to say, you know, that Steel provides that go button that a lot of teams need to start team fights. So that is one big, you know, play for Deja Vu here. And we do see this Drongo come out pretty early in the draft here. A lot of teams have been putting a lot of priority on it. It's very, very strong. And we will see, let's see if the TB counter or that TB answer comes out here for Deja Vu.
And I think like this Drongo pick is also maybe like, we know that Twin Blast is like the top carry currently. There is super duper strong, very hard to push into, like farm like crazy, and suddenly got a lot of damage in the late game. But maybe here they decided to prioritize the Drongo, works very well with the Bellica to have a kill lane, and also like this Gag Grenade can be absolutely clutch to completely stop that Greystone pick from like becoming crazy. And we see that they follow that up with like a Gideon pick. Once again, like very strong dive comp on the side of Deja Vu that is starting to be built up with the Greystone Steel and Gideon that can goes in. And here the Sevarog pick, of course, because we kind of need some sort of front line, and basically only Rampage and Sevarog were still open.
Yeah, I do want to hit on this Zarus pick here. Defenses has been playing almost strictly Zarus in group stages here. You know, one of the other picks that he does like to play is the Sevarog, so likely to see that the Sevarog goes in the off lane. I do think it's a little bit better in the jungle, but I do think that, you know, defenses on that Sevarog is going to be very, very strong. You do see a Muriel come out of here. I think Muriel Steel is a very, very good combo. A lot of wombo in that combo, so we'll see how that one goes into this late game here.
And then we round out the draft on the side of Rat Dog with the Grux and the Narbash. Narbash providing a little bit more tankiness and reinforcing his front line with the Grux, so they try to kind of well round their comp. But like the potential to just like goes in with double global ultimate with the Murdoch last pick is absolutely insane in terms of Deja Vu. Like this Sevarog and this Grux gonna have a lot of job to do to resist to this like literally like press W key team that Deja Vu has been able to assemble here.
Yeah, wow, there are a lot of combos we're seeing here, a lot of CC as well. But Mr. Mads, I have to ask, which comp do you like better?
I really do like this Deja Vu comp. I think it provides a lot of you know, push potential, a lot of agency for a lot of their laners. We do see, you know, BKB being a very strong laner. We do see that Mercy being that very strong jungler, and we do see, you know, Simba being a very good laner as well. So we'll see if Rat Dog can keep up with that agency. I do think that, you know, Deja Vu has a lot of the, you know, priority picks, but we'll see how the lanes go. We'll see if you know, defenses can get ahead. We'll see if him can get ahead as well. We have seen, though, those two individuals are the, you know, primary carries of this Rat Dog team.
All right, Mugi, any last thoughts you'd like to add before we hand it over to our casters?
Yeah, I think like we have like a nice draft. Usually when you go for a Muriel Murdoch lane, this lane is slightly weaker. It can get bullied, but here we have a Narbash that has been picked as the support, and Narbash doesn't have any pressure in lane, which means that probably this dual lane is going to be not contested. And then suddenly you get like the long arm of the low, the reversal of fortune to be able to help the other lane, help the jungler. And so I hope, like I see Rat Dog is going to be under a lot of pressure in mid lane and off lane, and I can't wait to see that happening.
All right, Rat Dogs versus Deja Vu. And remember, actually, Deja Vu has an advantage here. I just want to reiterate to our viewers, they went 4-1 in our group stages, so they are the second place team. So they only need to win one game against Rat Dogs, whereas Rat Dogs went 3-2, so they need to win 2 games against Deja Vu in order to move on. All right, well, I want to watch this game. Take it away, TJ, DJ, and Tang.
Thank you so much, R-Dog. And just before we start, I want to get 3 things out the way early. First of all, it's great to be back after the holidays. 2, it's amazing to see every one of you back in the Twitch chat. And 3rd and finally, we're so back. The PCC is here for the 2024 season. My name is TJ DJ, and I have the absolute pleasure of being joined by a former PCC champion joining the casting team for this event. Everyone give a warm welcome to Tang. How you doing, my friend? Yeah, not hearing Tang. Yeah, it's definitely a interesting one between both of these compositions, and the desk highlighted many of the strengths that both these compositions do have. I want to start with Deja Vu at the moment, and I want to pick up on Mugi's points as well. Is this idea of you've got double global ultimates being brought out? This is a heavy team fighting composition.
Okay. I guess I was muted before. I apologize, but going back, I just want to say thank you so much for the introduction, TJ. I'm just happy to be here. This time from a caster's POV, not from a player's POV. And I mean, we're just going to jump into the draft, as you mentioned before, TJ. We have kind of a double ultimate, global ultimate setup by Deja Vu. We have the Murdoch and the Muriel together with some pretty tanky characters with some hard CC as well, with the Steel and also with the Gideon just providing soft CC. I think it's a really well-rounded draft. I really like the direction they went with drafting, and I think they really had an idea going into the draft today.
Yeah, it's going to be one to watch as well, because just having a look at how they did in the group stages, as R-Dog did say that, this is our second seed team, they went 4-1, and just having a look at the manner that they were winning their games as well, is that they were tying things up within 26 minutes. That was their longest victory as well. So this is a team that as soon as we hit that mid-game transition, when a neutral start coming in, when we actually see the 3v3s and the 4v4s come out, this is a team that just absolutely clean house. But then again, they're going up against this Rat Dogs team as well, starting in our 3rd seed as well. And they actually have a pretty nifty scaling composition here. You were quite impressed backstage with it.
Yeah, I think it's one of those drafts that you really don't want to play into if it actually goes into late game. You've mentioned that Deja Vu likes to end games early, but if they don't manage this time, then they just have the Narbash and the Severox to rely on. Famously, 2 of the better scaling heroes in the game. Narbash just providing so much healing in the game, and Severog, if he manages to get his stacks up, is just really, really dangerous.
All right, thank you very much, Tang, for that. And my, oh my, does the battleground look amazing. So here we are for the first time of the 2024 competitive season. We have got our teams here. So on Dawn side, we're going to have the side of the Rat Dogs, and over on Dusk, the side of Deja Vu, remember, do have that 1 game advantage in this best of 3. And just having a look here, it's, we've been through quite a bunch of meta shifts throughout, kind of like with the holidays as well. Like, we've seen new picks rise up. We've seen teams kind of like with their transitioning and they're playing as well. So what do you think we're going to expect from both these teams from a game plan perspective?
I think it's a lot about what the junglers can do early game. One thing I want to mention here is that we see the Grux in jungle. That was one of those things that we weren't quite sure about. It's going to be the Severog in the offlane with the Grux in the jungle, and that allows the Grux to just impact the map a tiny bit earlier, because if you lose the game in the first few minutes, then you're not going to have fun playing afterwards as well. The Severog doesn't scale too well in the jungle. It takes him a long time to get those stacks. So I think with the Grux pick, they probably want to make something happen a bit earlier.
Yeah, you definitely have that early game potential as well, particularly when you're hitting level 3. You're on a pretty good timing from your jungle clear as well. So going with that smash and grab with the uppercuts, that gap closure as well, you can really catch out some of these members. And honestly, for the side of this Grux, that this duo lane a bit early on, while Snipe piloting this Muriel, those shields are not going to be as impactful. This might be a tasty lane to put some priority into.
Yeah, especially if you consider the other lanes he's playing into, the Gideon in mid lane just being so safe with the portal, then the Steel on the off lane just having so much survivability with the dash, with the stun. So it's probably Grux's best bet to look towards the dual lane and try to accelerate his team that way.
Well, just having a look at with that pathing at the moment, with the Greystone on the side of the Rat Dogs, just going to help out with that 3-minute timing on the river buffs as well. Going to go able to secure that with this Gideon as well. Starting to path in towards this blue side where there is a little bit of a push going on, a bit of pressure coming out from this Deja Vu team. And, there is a potential for that gank as well.
Yeah, I think while the Grux was just doing his blue side, Greystone helped the Gideon, takes the river buff. As we have a few replay problems, I hope you... it should be resolved any second now, though. No problem at all. But we can look at the map state. In the meanwhile, we see the Grux going over to the offlane, making sure that the Sevarog can get the Cyan buff or take the Cyan buff for himself in the meanwhile, while the Bellica gets deep vision into the red side jungle.
Yeah, just really utilizing that pressure in the lane and also pushing members of Rat Dogs underneath their towers as well. And it's going to make it very easy, I think, for them to get that invasions down. You already saw in the mid lane with the Bellica already pushing under the into that jungle as well, getting a little bit of knowledge down. But right now we're still 4 minutes in, 5 minutes in, not actually seeing that much action across the board. Both these junglers just kind of going through the motions and no one really stepping out of line just now.
Yeah, I think Mercy might want to change that, though. Going into the blue side, I don't think he has been spotted on a ward, and this might be the first gank.
It's going to come from behind as well. There's a double knock up into a double smash and grab. Blinks coming out from Warps and Snipe. Mercy under the tower is going to grab the first blood of the 2024 competitive season on the broadcast for the side of Deja Vu.
And what a gank that was. The Grux just getting both of them with the smash and grab and with the E as well. Just so much lockdown. Forces both blinks as well. So now the Murdoch is also in danger because he does not have a blink. Muriel, of course, as well. And now if Grux wasn't sure what lane he wants to gank, he knows it now. And it's going to be the dual lane because now with those blinks gone, it's just a really dangerous lane to play.
Yeah. Absolutely. I'm just getting some word from production as well. As you can see on the stream, we are having some replay difficulties just going on in the background. So we're just going to do a quick restart. Sometimes turning things off and on again in the technical world does kind of work sometimes. So we'll be bringing you the game back shortly as well. But again, honestly, I just want to go back a little bit whilst we're kind of waiting for time here and just talk about those first few minutes, because aside from that gank, that's the only actual move we've really seen with any results.
Yeah, I think Grux just focused on his own farm in this game. Like, he just did red side into blue side, into taking the Cyan buff, just ignoring the river buff, just letting the Bellica fend for herself, while the Greystone helped out in river. That put him a little bit behind in tempo, so he wasn't quite there to match the play on the dual lane, and Grux was able to get the first gank off after full clearing his side first.
Yeah, and especially as a composition as well, the desk highlighted and also yourself highlighted as well, how powerful this composition can be when we do get to the team fighting stage. And honestly, if there was ever a team that just has such a we go in now button, like there's so much strong engage, and honestly, this game already has like kind of a danger of snowballing because Rat Dogs still need a bit more time to actually get their composition online.
Yeah, they do. I think with the setup they have, correct me if I'm wrong, they should have the dual lane of Drongo and Nabash. Even with, I think with the blinks blown by Murdoch and Muriel, I think they have a really good time there. So the scaling problem is more on the other side of the map, on the Sevarog that plays into the Steel. There, it's one of those things where it is Still possible to survive, maybe not get the most stacks and CS though, having to contest against the steal and also with the Greystone just running rampant as well.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot to consider here as well. Just wanting to go back to have a talk. I think we're going to have just clear up a few more things on our production ends before we head back into game. So I'm just going to go to a very short break and we'll be coming back with the game immediately. Thank you so much, and welcome back into the gamers. We're just going to watch that first blood coming in from Mercy on the side of Deja Vu, grabbing first blood for themselves. TJ here and Tang, thank you so much for bearing with us. First broadcast, best to get the technical difficulties out the way early, and hopefully we've got an absolute smooth run all the way through.
At least with that one, we managed to see the gank towards the dual lane again, so the first blood coming out by the Grux that has found his opportunity to get a really good gank in, but as we see, maybe not all problems have been fixed completely, but I think it's good to go as we see the river buffs being contested.
Yeah. It's absolutely fantastic. Yeah, we're just gonna carry on. We're gonna struggle. We're gonna bear through it, and we're gonna enjoy what this game can offer. So 5 minutes mark. It really is only that first blood coming in onto Mercy's Gruxes, and just having a little look towards the mid lane where we do maybe have a little bit more of a scuffle as Spotted Loss does come for the rotation. But here comes Mercy, gonna smash and grab back this Greystone. Starts to hit the damage. There's the Void drone as well. Spotted Loss holds the blink, but just cannot deal with the bleed. Mercy's gonna grab a second kill of the game.
And that is a Grux that has 2 kills at 5 minutes, and the Greystone is falling behind. That's certainly not what you want to see, but Simba gets engaged on by Gideon, just solo ult him, manages to tick over to level 6, survives for a tiny bit longer, but that's gonna be the kill by Gideon, just Grux leaving him out to dry.
Yeah, just a really good answer back there from the Gideon, especially with Deja Vu having kind of been controlling how this game has gone. All eyes have been on Mercy impacting those lanes, but it's just such a good feeling as well, especially on that Gideon. We want them to roam, we want them to get involved into this game more, and honestly, getting a solo kill, getting some more golden XP, that's going to help.
Yeah, and we've watched a bunch of scrims going into this tournament, and we've seen him pilot the Gideon a lot. And what he likes to do is, apart from solo killing his lane opponents, he likes to roam. So with that kill, he might be able to get out of his lane a tiny bit more and try to help his dual lane that does not have any summoners left.
Yeah, it's, again, more options around. As you can see, Mercy just already coming over here to the left-hand side. But I think, Ratdog's more knew the jig was up there. There wasn't actually any vision in the right-hand side. So just a good amount of awareness and a bit of spidey sense always helps to get a sense of where that jungle is. But we go back to this equilibrium as well. We're still looking on towards this Greystone who had the unsuccessful gank to the mid lane. Just moving through to the left-hand side of your screens as, once again, 7-minute buffs up. Simba's going to drop down, but there's immediately at the gates from Spotted Loss, starting to hit on towards this Greystone, but Seismic Assault might be able to turn this down. The Warlord's challenge has been issued, and another knockup coming out. Mercy does not show any of it. He's going to pick up a third kill to add to his tally.
And the Grux just eats the Greystone alive that did not have his leap up, that did not have his blink up either, and now Grux is just walking up. That's a dunk hitting by Narvish, and that's gonna just be the kill secured after the blink has been blown in an earlier gank. So really good target selection, targeting the dual lane that does not have any blinks up. Narvish with a really good heads up blink secures the kill with a thunk, and that's gonna be the kill going over to Bellica.
Man, I just love to see Narbash players with the confidence to blink and throw the thunk as well. Just to have that instinct as well to know that this is a pick. And honestly, Deja Vu starting to show us here on the broadcast as well why they are the second seed team in Group A. Meanwhile, though, Ratdog's going to start up this mini prime. Jay is on the way, so they are going to spot this one out. But this is quite a pull, though, because, Jay is the Drongo. He's the duo lane, but he's going to be stuck behind. But Hum is going to throw down the black hole, is going to catch onto this Drongo. Mercy, though, over the top of the wall, starts to hit on towards the jungle, and he's going to steal away the mini prime. A nice double smash and grab, but there's already members of Deja Vu just in this side of the jungle, completely catch Ratdogs off guard, and they're just going to run down a second one.
Mercy just says thank you. A really good ultimate by Gideon keeps the Drongo at bay, but the Drongo is not the problem. The Omega Fed Rhino is the problem in Mercy that Mercy is piloting. So he gets the mini prime. He also secures a few kills. Not sure if he manages to pick up the kills. I don't think he did, but at least a few more assists. And that is the blink blown by Greystone as well. That was still level 5 when he started to play against the Grux that has already ticked over to level 7.
Oh man, and Rat Dog's just kind of reeling from that one as well, because that's got to be a set play though, right, Tankers? Like, what's the dual lane doing over in this side of the map before 10 minutes? Like, if that was in my game, it's like, man, oh man, I'm going to be like, what? Why is there 5 people over here all of a sudden?
Yeah, I think they pressed tab, they looked at their heroes, they looked at the enemy heroes, and they were like, okay, we have the early game draft, we can dictate the early game. But that is just not what's going to happen when you have a Grux that is just really, really fed. So that's going to be the mini prime going over. I think they're heading over to the Fang Tooth, and they're going to secure that for themselves as well. With Greystone backing, there's no problem, but Greystone gets engaged now.
Ooh, beautiful combination from BKB, gliding into that mid lane, colossal blow into a subjugate, the bread and butter combination from this Sevarog, and also picking up that first neutral objective of the day as well. First Fangtooth going away at Deja Vu, kills, and now neutral objectives already. This game starting to run out of control.
Yeah, and I think while we have a bit of downtime, we can look at the items. The first items have been completed on pretty much anyone. On the side of Deja Vu, on Red Dogs, not so much quite yet. I think the Grux picked up the Basilisk, the Bellica picked up the Combustion, so pretty normal builds, I would say. I'm not sure. The Drongo already got his Vanquish as well, so they should be stronger in the 2v2. They still want to box though. Wobbs does not have his finished item yet, but there's just not gonna be much happening. Meanwhile, the steal on the other side of the map is getting caught, though.
Yeah, inside of the mid lane as well. There is going to be a bit of help coming out by Hum on the Gideon, but with Mercy and BKB, these two tanky members find themselves ahead. That's not a fight they want to take, and Hum actually has to burn his own blink. Doesn't even want to use the torn space to get up there, but a lot of respect has been paid there.
Yeah, I think they've learned the lesson. Just blink early and don't give the kill over, because at the moment it's still very winnable for RD. They still have a lot of teamfight tools that they can utilize to win those engages, even when they're down a significant amount of money. If they get a good steal ult into a Gideon combo, they can still do a lot of work together with the mural from across the map. What they need to do now, though, is stop the bleeding. They need to stop the Grux from being able to just rack up those kills left, right, and center.
Yeah, and what really is the first step to do though? Because I'm just having a look here. It feels to me that kind of knowledge is the power play here. Just look at the warding coming out by Deja Vu, and only now they have got the ward in the back right hand side of the blue jungle here. So at least they know where the Grux is not. But you know, what are really the steps to get a hold of where Mercy is at the moment?
So what they can do with the double global ultimate that we mentioned before is just like punish the mid lane. It's a Bellica, it doesn't have too much survivability in her base kit. So if the Gideon can just walk in, just ult her, make sure that she can't get away, then together with the Murdoch snipe or even the mural ult, they can get some cheeky kills. But what they do need to do though for that is to sack a bit of the dual lane, because when you make one play in the mid lane, you kind of can't make the play in the dual lane, so something has to suffer. Oh.
Yeah, and speaking of suffer though, there's going to be the combo, but coming down long arm the law, and there's going to be that combo. BKB though is in a spot of bother, but he's ran straight in towards his Greystone, and that's going to be Snipe picking up the kill onto BKB. But just as you mentioned, Tang, we see those global ultimates combine.
Yeah, that's double global ultimates invested, and that's the Sevarog taking off the map. Also got the Phoenix with a really long cooldown. One thing that Mugi mentioned before is that they really love the Phoenix, but as I'm saying this, there's Mercy coming for another kill.
Yeah, from in between the two towers, perfectly layers the CC, and there's just nowhere for this Murdoch to escape from Mercy. Once again, on the board, running the show here for Deja Vu.
Yeah, it's if the mural ults over to the offlane, she's not gonna be in the dual lane for the next 30 seconds at least, even if she instabacks. So Mercy instantly recognizes that Murdoch is not allowed to stay on the tier 1, and he's just gonna get collected free gold for the Grux again. And Grux is fully smiling. So even with that play being made in the offlane, it's such a big investment in resources that they just get punished on the other side of the map.
Yeah, and also the heads up play coming out there from the Deja Vu jungler as well is that if spotted loss has been well spotted inside of the red side jungle, as BKB did find out to their own demise, it's like, well, that's just a free invade here, and it's like, oh, and a nice tasty Murdoch underneath the tower. Don't mind adding that one to my basket as well. And you can just see kind of like the mini interactions. Like, this is the Deja Vu really showcasing a very strong start, not only to their groups, but also maybe even looking ahead further beyond this.
And the really scary thing about all of that is that when we go back into the draft, there's one thing we mentioned, and that was that they are scaling better than the enemy team. But if they're already that far ahead in the early game, you really got to think that there's going to be a lot of good micro plays from Red Dogs that have to save them in those fights. Because Grux, if he gets on you, it's kind of game over for you, especially if he is already fed. And then once the Sephora can scale into the late game beast we all know him to be, and that's also gonna be a problem. But as we see everyone, just everything kind of resetting, going into normal, we are looking at both of those mini objectives spawning again.
You can see just some movement coming down as BKB once again gliding in from that off lane over towards the mid lane. Defense has already made the rotation, so definitely expecting a big fight over by this second Fangtooth here. And it looks like got Rat Dogs in position to contest, but Spottyloss has to be careful. This is where the slay is. This is where that potential escape's going to be. It's going to be the engage, going to be the long over the top. There's a big wombo combo. Black hole over the top as well. They're all caught, but the members just aren't dropping as Deja Vu turn it on its head. They pump the damage in this tight jungle corner and find their kills one by one. They're going to grab two, but health bar still blinking. Rat Dogs trying to answer something back. They will at least grab this Bellica, but Warps next on the chopping block. That's going to be 4 kills dropping in the blink of an eye.
That was an insane engage by the Steel, together with the Muriel ult, together with the Gideon ult, and in the end it's just only the Bellica falling at the end of the fight. It's just not them not having the items to actually deal damage. So even though it looked so good, it ended up just not really hitting the mark. The Narvish just providing all the healing for them to out-sustain the damage coming out from the Gideon. Also, Murdoch was not able to really free hit in that fight. Also, only has the Vanquisher and going into Tainted Blade next. Meanwhile, the enemies have like 2 items plus already, so that must sting a giant bit, because if you can't win those fights, what fights can you win?
Yeah, it's definitely got to feel a sense of, you know, if you throw everything and the kitchen sink and they still don't go down, you got to look at, I mean, how this game's going to pan out, especially with these later objectives. It's not so much that Rat Dogs can't pull off the combo, they've done it twice, but Deja Vu just seems so far ahead, though, that it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think that they need to play for the 2 item spikes, maybe 3 item spikes, maybe just look for smaller engages, play around the Murdoch ult, play around the Muriel ult, make the map as big as possible, play through side lanes so you can't get engaged on as 5, because we've seen what happens once the Narvish provides all the healing, once they have the big front line with Sevrog in those fights, it's just really, really hard to play. Now we see the Murdoch in the side lane, getting a bit of gold. They're trading it for the mid tier 1. There might be on the off lane the tower going down as well. Or they're going to push down the mid lane. Doesn't look like they want to.
Yeah, especially in this situation, there's got to be an element of sacrifice, right? That if you're not going to be able to win these trades, it's just going to be, well, let's just get what we can at this point and just grab all the gold that we can and hope for, you know, outplaying in the next team fights. Just see a BKB and defense is going at it once again, but this is going to call in the reversal of fortune from Snipe. But Simba is going to be there. Hits a nice knockup, and that's already the Muriel out of the fight. Hum on the rotation, on the Gideon. BKB once again is low, but Simba still sticking around. They decide not to commit and re-engage this one.
Yeah, Muriel just using her ultimate to get over to the offlane, but Snipe just ended up getting sniped by the Bellica stun with the Sevrog as well, hitting the roots, just sealing her fate, and that's gonna be her going down. The Steel wasn't really in danger of dying there, so I think it was more like an idea of re-engaging, getting a kill maybe in their pockets, as we see Gideon walking over towards the offlane, but Sevrog is so safe that there's just no play to be made there. We see both objectives being down, so I think what Deja Vu is trying to do right now is just trying to make the map as small as possible for for Red Dog, and they try to get deep vision in as well.
Yeah, and I do like your phrasing there as well, is just making this map smaller. It's almost, this is really how you punish a lead, right? You've got Deja Vu, they grab this lead, they are significantly ahead here at 20 minutes as well, just looking at the kills, looking at the levels, and also just how this game has been playing as well. But you can see them just dropping the wards down inside of Ratdog's jungle. They're taking away these minions, they're taking away the towers, taking jungle minions, and then spending all of that hard-earned gold back in base to make themselves even stronger, because Ratdog, they're left with scraps at this point here.
Yeah, and I think up to this point, I think that Red Dogs managed to stay ahead in CS. They had like a 20 CS lead on the side of Deja Vu before, but now with the jungle just belonging to the side of Deja Vu, it's getting harder and harder for the CS to stay similar. So it's just going to be the lead expanding more and more, as you mentioned, and then with the deep vision, they can just go for those big objectives easy as well.
Yes, but they at the moment have their sights set on BKB, and just wanted to bring up that this is the second time that in recent minutes as well that Ratdogs have tried to get a handle on towards BKB Sevrog. You know, still not using that reversal of fortune though, so it's only going to be the rotation by spotted loss. But you can definitely see Ratdogs trying to come up with an idea and trying to get BKB out. But a T5 starting to brew as Mercy's going to pull in the steal. The wall comes down. Subject going to connect as well. But they are just going to disengage. But this is where we get to the start of the All Prime dances. Look at the warding lit up like Las Vegas over on that right-hand side.
Yeah, but it's Deja Vu just knowing that they win those fights. So even with Drongo not there, they're just checking really deep into the right side jungle, just getting all those wards down as well. There's a lot of pressure being put on the Sevrog as well on the offlane, but that Sevrog also has Phoenix. So not only does he have infinite stacks, not only does he have a lot of HP, he also has the Phoenix as a second life. That's the BKB special. That's what we see him build almost every time on every hero. So he is very safe on that offlane. And Mural is there, but Fangtooth is spawning, so that might be the next play for Deja Vu.
Yeah, and this is definitely a very important objective to pick up as well, because this will be the third Fangtooth, as you know, it is a stacking objective, as we'll give them that 8% bonus damage should they secure it. But the call, though, is actually Ratdogs to start up this All Prime. BKB is going to face tank it, as members of Ratdogs do have to pull away. I mean, I appreciate the tempo, it's a good idea, but now Deja Vu are on the way over, and they might even look towards this objective themselves.
Yeah, I think instead of everybody going over to Prime, I think one of them should have just soloed the Fangtooth in the meanwhile, because now it's just a lot of time wasted. It kind of looks funny that 4 members just run over to Prime. Red Dogs get off it. Sevrog went in a little bit too early, I think, just tipped them off that there's going to be a lot of members coming, and now they go back to Fangtooth, but it's everyone going there, so that's just going to be a Prime start again for Red Dogs.
Yeah, they're definitely going to try and burn this down as quick as possible. They will be playing into a third Fangtooth as the score goes. You can see their permanent physical, magical damage and physical, magical armor as well into their stacks. BKB, though, is here for the All Prime. Still started. Reinforcements on the way. Ratdogs, this is your Hail Mary tip. You've got to burn this objective. Reversal comes down just to give the shield. Simba hits a double knock-up. There's going to be the Colossal Blow, and it's stolen away by Mercy. They've denied the All Prime, and now what do they get on the exit frag? They've already grabbed the Greystone. They've already grabbed Muriel. Make that a third. Make that a fourth. Only need the steal to complete the full ace. He gets hit by the Funk, but Defenses doesn't have a lot of them. Shield Slam comes down, buys a bit of time, but Deja Vu only have their eyes on one thing, a full team wipe outside of the All Prime.
That's a full team wipe. That's also the big Prime secure together with the third Fangtooth, more power in their pockets together with more resistances, as you said before. And now they're just shoving down 2 lanes. They want to get the tier 2s in mid and in off lane. Maybe they can look for inhibs, but the respawn times are really short. It does look like they're going to get the mid tower. Not sure about the offlane tower. It's also dependent on whether Spotted Lost wants to engage as the Greystone, but with no resources left for Red Dogs, it does look like they just want to make sure that the core is not going to explode in the next few seconds.
Well, it's going to be in one more attempt here, but with a all prime buffed up team, BKB into the backline, tries to go for the colossal blow, black hole over the top, but Deja Vu just walk away. Mercy does take a fair amount of damage though from the core, has to back away, and Deja Vu might have stuck around a little bit too long here. Spotted Loss does come out of the blink as well, but they are engaging the fight. Defense is still front lining up, half health HP, so if there's any opportunity, it has to be now. But BKB a double subjugate on towards the backline. Spotted Loss goes back in, but it's just not enough. No matter what they do, they hit this wall that is Deja Vu, and now the core is going to be at their mercy. That's 2 minion waves under the tower, and Jay, through all of that damage, was just hitting onto the core, hitting onto that target, and Deja Vu are going to close out this series.
Yeah, the core was at their mercy for sure. Maybe the mercy was at their core as well. And that's just going to be the win secured for Deja Vu. That was honestly a blowout. Like 21-3, just insanely well played. I really want to mention how the Grux just managed to get ahead so hard from the Greystone that just made the game unplayable for the rest of the members. With the gank in the dual lane, just managing to always hit the lanes that are weak, the lanes that do not have any blinks up. And with that, and with the inherent tankiness, they're just gonna not even need to rely on the scaling that they had. They can just blow through Red Dogs and win the game in 24 minutes.
Yeah, Deja Vu certainly on target as well for, you know, with their victory times in the group stage, and now closing out here in the elimination stage. You know, that is Deja Vu advancing to the next stage of the tournament. We will be seeing them in our main event. But to get another bit of a further breakdown, we're going to pass it back to Ardog and the desk to break down the game even further.
Thank you so much, Tang and TJ DJ. Spectacular casting to the both of you. Congratulations, Deja Vu. You get to move forward to the next round, and thanks for playing Rat Dogs. Deja Vu was definitely shaking things up, especially in the early game. We saw how Mercy on that Crux was just all over this map. He did what he had to do in order to get his team ahead. But you know what? One of my favorite things has got to be the BKB special. Just like what the casters has mentioned, like BKB just absolutely loves that Phoenix crest and will play him or play that crest on basically anybody. But Mugi, we mentioned this also in the desk earlier, but now we finally got to see it. For you, Mugi, what were your takeaways from that last match?
Well, we see, like, of course, like this Phoenix being brought by BKB. Phoenix can be interesting with you go like very, very aggressive, and that's what Deja Vu loves to do. They love to press W, and then you're forced to take a lot of damage on your front line, and suddenly you spend so much resources. Phoenix get popped. You don't have the resources to kill the backline that is arriving, and that's where like Phoenix can be good. But it's also like kind of a double-edged sword. If you start to lose, suddenly you can't fight. And so that's where like Phoenix is great, but you have to be careful when you use it and in which situation, because it can be like a completely dead crest as well.
Yeah, I really like that one part in the game where BKB answered with his Phoenix Crest, and then we saw how the other team tried to answer back with their global ultimates, but you know, to no avail. He did die eventually. But Mr. Meds, what stood out for you when we were watching that last match?
Yeah, so I know that everybody's going to talk about the Phoenix and BKB, but I think the real MVP of that game was actually the Narbash pick. I really feel like, you know, Rat Dog attempted a lot of engages. We saw a lot of really, really good black holds come out from him. And I really feel like the damage just wasn't there because of this Narbash pick healing up the entire team. You know, we saw all those global ultimates putting down a lot of CC, and normally a black hole like that would do a ton of damage, but to no avail. You know, the Narbash was there. He got the 16 assists. And, you know, we've always said assists win games. And with those assists, they did win the game. So.
Yep, congratulations, Deja Vu. They get to move forward. Anything else you'd like to add, Mugi, before we head on over to a break?
Well, I'm excited to see like what is going to be the next matches, and also I'm excited to see like Deja Vu progressing even more in the 2 weeks they have until the main event, to see if they can actually like take a revenge against like maybe Professor if they end up facing them, or any other team that's gonna end up like tier 1 in this group stage.
Yep, don't go anywhere, everybody. We're gonna have a short break, but up next we have Group B, NA Sandbags EU versus Midnight Anthem. Welcome back, everybody, to the desk. I hope you grabbed a snack, grabbed some water. We just finished watching Rat Dogs versus Deja Vu. With Deja Vu moving forward, now we get to watch Midnight Anthem and NA Sandbags EU. You know, looking at Group B, even worse timing does come on top and they move forward onto the next round. So our second seeder, that makes our second seeder, NA Sandbags EU. One of the things that I love about the PCC is how it just brings the community together. We have, you know, the thing with this team particularly is that we have players from EU as well as players from NA in their team. So going over their roster, we have Seismic, Neft, Brandon, North, and Bondrude. Midnight Anthem, we have Rizbro, Dizcraze, Big Z, Ranting Gamer, and Denim David. Mugiwawa, you've seen how these, you know, players play, and maybe you've come across some of these players, you know, especially the ones from EU in your matches. What can you say about these two teams going head to head?
Well, first of all, I have to say I'm a little bit sad that Even Worse Timing didn't lose a game in group stage, because that's the team I like the most to watch because they have amazing macro. But I guess we're gonna see that during like the main event. Regarding NA Sandbags EU, yeah, we have of course Neft, someone that can be arguably considered the best carry in the world. At least in EU, he's the best carry, like 5 or 6 tournaments under his belt. Of course, today is going to play on ping, but it's still always like a good fun to watch. And then we have like kind of group of like very crazy good players, like saying in NS and Bags EU. Only thing, I think they only started screaming like a week ago, so they're very, very fresh in terms of screaming. So they're very strong players, but they didn't get a lot of practice together. On the side of Midnight Anthems, it's interesting to say that in this group B, like they kind of clear-cut third compared to all the 4th, 5th, and 6th team, because the other team only managed to win 1 game while they win 3. So it should be like the most contended match. But at the same time, NS and Bags EU, like Seismic just popped out during the group match with 18 kills, so they have to be careful about that.
Yep, that guy is nuts as a mid laner. You have so many strong players in NA Sandbags EU. You mentioned Neft, you know, maybe he is the top 1 ADC in the world right now, but we've got Midnight Anthem, who are the underdogs in this series. You know, we gotta give it to them for making it this far. You never know what's gonna happen. Mr. Meds, what are you looking forward to in this series?
Well, I'm always down for an underdog story. I would love to see for, Midnight Anthem to take down a lot of these big names that we see in NAEU. One thing, though, that I do want to highlight, is Neft has been popping off on this TB. TB is probably one of the strongest AD carries in this meta right now. Is Midnight Anthem going to allow Neft to get that TB? Pairing the best, arguably the best ADC with the best meta ADC, I don't know. I think that might be worth a ban.
Yep, and I've played against Neft when he was playing TB, and let me tell you, it is not fun at all. And the thing is with TB is he's able to just throw grenades from so far away and deal so much damage, especially with his Q and poke you down. Mugiwawa, what sort of matchup should we be expecting in the duo lane if, somehow, if they let Neft secure that TB?
Well, I think like we have seen NAU kind of ban the Rictor quite a lot, so I think we don't still gonna see that support. Of course, like you're playing a little bit on ping with a few of the players, so dodging hook is harder. I think like Brandon is very, very well versed in every single support, and they are not scared to play against like a Taker, a Bellica, and they kind of love their Navash and their Muriel. They're more like scaling pick that are gonna give them the win at the end of the game anyway, even if they have to play passive. So I would assume maybe this type of pick that can scale more. And I think on the side of Midnight Anthem, I think NIU is the better like macro team, so don't play the late game against them. So probably trying to go for some aggressive laning phase with the Decker, the Bellica, and then follow up maybe with a Drongo. That would be a good carry to be for this aggressive playstyle.
All right, well, let's take a look at this draft. So we were kind of talking about, a pick or ban for the TB. Is that what we're going to be seeing, Mr. Meds?
I sure hope so. Just for, Midnight Anthem's sake. But we do see this Richter being taken off the board. Kind of like what Mugi was saying. This is one of the, I think, strongest pick or ban champions in the meta right now. Outside of that TB, it offers a lot of flex potential and a lot of CC and a lot of pick potential. As we're looking at this UNA Sandbags team, who are playing on ping, right? They might get ping diffed, who knows? But taking that away actually secures more safe duo lane, or a safe jungle matchup. We do see Steel come in here as the second ban, and we do see that TP come in for NA Sandbags, so it might be a little bit of a rough duo lane for Midnight Anthem.
Yeah, they go Twin Blast first pick. They really prioritize the pick. We answer with the Greystone Bellicat, two very strong meta pick. And then we see the Sevarog Decker. So now we're probably going to have a Decker TB lane, which is very, very scary in a sense. And we know also that Bondrewd loves his Sevarog. He's one of the main Sevarog player in that tournament. And he's super strong with it. Yeah, and he loved the matchup against the Greystone as well. He's not scared about it at all. He know it perfectly. When maybe some offlaner in NA is not that well versed in that matchup, and so that's an advantage that NAU can have.
Yeah, will we see that Phoenix Sevarog again though? I don't know. I don't think so. I really feel like Bondrewd is going to take that tank crest, but you really never know. We do see a Crunch and Gideon ban here. I think the Gideon's a pretty good ban here. We did see, that a lot of damage could be taken in that last game, but we don't see that Narbash come in, so not as much healing. So maybe that potential for a lot of damage there. But that gadget push potential is really, really good. But we do see an Iggy, that counter matchup in here. So I do think that Iggy is going to offer a lot more than that gadget in that mid lane.
Yeah, and I'm a bit surprised by the Zarus pick. There was already the Sevarog that can counter the Coliseum, and now we got the Zarus that also get countered by the Inferno by Iggy. I like the idea of Coliseum with Tesla Dome from the gadget, but suddenly they have a lot of solution on NAU to deal with that. And that kind of feel like a big portion of the team fight was kind of riding on the side of Midnight Undead on having that Zarus cage on top of the gadget ultimate, and they have a lot to stop that from happening.
Yeah, I do want to say Norf on Chimera is scary as well. We did see in prior PCCs Norf run it down with with that W key king Chimera, as I like to say. He will just take any W key opportunity and turn it into kill. We do see this Drongo to round out this draft here. So we do have a pretty round and comp for Midnight Anthem, but we do see a lot of comfort coming out for NAU Sandbags. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, Mugi, let's talk about that Crunch ban. Why do you think, NA Sandbags EU would have done that?
I'm a bit surprised, but I guess maybe they felt that the Decker in itself wasn't enough, or maybe they've done their scouting and they know that maybe some player in Midnight Anthems really, really like the Crunch and they just wanted to remove that and limit the option in the jungle or the offlane, or probably after thinking a little bit more, I guess it's just to not let the Greystone go into the jungle and offering the Crunch Sevarog matchup that usually the Crunch kind of destroy the Sevarog and leaving Bondrewd having a free lane against the Greystone.
Yeah, it would be really annoying. One of the things with Crunch is that he just closes the gap between you and him with 500 units. But any last thoughts, Mr. Meds, before we hand it over to our casters?
Yeah, I mean, I do want to say that, Rizbro does like that Crunch. So it definitely, I think, is sort of a target ban towards him. I think, that Crunch into Sevarog, like Mugi was saying, that's kind of a little bit of a counter matchup in terms of Crunch into Sevarog. So I think this is going to be a really interesting game. Let's see if MA can pull off an upset here. I think they need to win the game in the first, let's say, 8 minutes of the game. Maybe they pull off some cheese. We'll see.
Yeah, NA Sandbags EU, they are the second placers, so they do have that winning game one advantage. Midnight Anthem needs to win at least 2 games in order to move forward. Let's go ahead and take it away, please, to our desk. We have TJ DJ and Falcon.
Thank you so much, R-Dog. And if the British accent didn't put you off first time, then we're going to double down, prepare for trouble, make it double. As I'm going to be joined by Falcon making his debut here on the PCC for this game. You know, NA Sandbags EU versus Midnight Anthem. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing very well. I hope you can hear me. We have no technical difficulties. I am so glad to be here finally in the PCC. You can hear me, the stream can hear me, and I think that means we're going to have an excellent start to this game.
Yeah, fantastic. Everything going quite smoothly, so we're going to keep on that momentum and carry on and plow through with this one. So just looking at the drafts there, Falcon, we are having a bit of a chat backstage about Iggy. You know, this is going to be the first time that we actually see the Iggy and Scorch making their competitive debut here on broadcast with the PCC. So what do you think about Iggy in this particular situation? Are you a fan of it?
Yeah, I'm definitely a fan of it. It was counterpicked into that gadget for a reason. A very, very strong controller of an area with his turrets. Obviously, if he set up in either that Fang 2 pit or that All-Prime pit, he's going to be so hard to walk into. And his range on his Molotov cocktail, for example, has a very strong range on it, meaning that he can clear easily away from the gadget, means he doesn't have to get poked down, anything like that. Plus, very strong against Zars, as the death said already, has that ultimate to just immediately knock back the Zars as he enters that Colosseum. So, rather safe pick, but, you know, if you got that Trim Blast online, you have that Chimera with North, so there's still plenty of carry potential in other roles.
Yeah, and the desk definitely mentioned that as well with this Zaras pick, because you know one of the big interaction that's for Midnight Anthem to play around is the fact that in that Zaras Colosseum, as soon as Zaras leaves that Colosseum, whether by choice or whether they be completely displaced from it, the Colosseum ends here. So how is Risbro going to have to pilot this Zaras?
Oh, that's going to be a better question for Wispo, but I'm going to be doing the best I can to explain it. And it's going to be difficult, definitely. He hasn't really got that front line with his team. He's only got that Greystone that can dive with him. So he's not going to be able to do that secondary engage either with the Colosseum. So I think he's going to have to build maybe a bit more tanky, or he could look for some sort of snowball potential as well. Maybe look for more of a aggressive sort of build with maybe Mutilator or Augmentation. Obviously, that's a standard, but maybe like an Autos as well for the Assassin's Crest. Though I do believe he will be going standard Warrior's Crest on this game. So it's going to be difficult. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, just having a look at what they've got to deal with, not only in lane, but as this game goes on as well, you definitely get a sense that all eyes are going to be on that pick, and just hovering it over as well for the side of NA Sandbags EU as well. They're going to be your team on Dusk side. Midnight Anthem's going to be over on Dawn side as well, hovering on the blue. Is that there are some signature picks coming out for this NA Sandbags EU. I mean, the desk already talked about, you know, Bondry playing Severog, North's got his Chimera, but also, you know, Neff has picked up, you know, that Twin Blast, and we know what Neff can do when they are able to just, you know, do Neff things.
Yeah, we've seen that plenty of times. I've been on the other end of that as well, so it's definitely terrifying, let alone in a competitive environment where he has got those cons with Brandonite, and it is definitely scary. I do think that NAEU can easily snowball any of their lanes to get a victory here, so I am worried for Midnight Anthem in that regard, but that's not to put any behind him. They do have those strong lanes as well. Drongo, as we've seen, is very, very powerful. Once he gets one of those 2 items online, gets that level 6 online as well, can go in for that all-in potential as Wispo gets a nice amount of poke onto Bondreed.
Yeah, just utilizing that very strong matchup, you know, that Zaras does have in towards the Severog. You can just see it there, that raw damage coming out, and also being able to heal with that Gladiator passive as well. This is going to be such a difficult matchup for Bondry to pilot, but, you know, I guess in their favor is the fact that they are a Severog, and they're just going to keep, you know, stacks on stacks on stacks on stacks until they become that late game powerhouse, as we do have a gank inside of the mid lane, as Disgrace is going to jump on towards this Iggy, who is running low on the old mana situation, but not going to chase it up. But North is here, jumps forward, great speed trap coming out from Big Z on this gadget, stops the engagement over as our camera flips to the left hand side. Ranting Gamer has been forced away from his support. Brandon Knight is going to go down, needs to just hit one more stun, but unfortunately they can't collapse on the Drongo just yet, and Ranting Gamer gets away.
Yeah, Brandon Knight's not really done looking though, so they're going to have to be careful as Disgrace is going around to that duo side, as North is also going to be there, and he's going to get first blood onto Whisper, and lovely subscape by Bondrude is going to get the assist there, and that is not a good start for Midnight Anthem.
No, definitely not what they wanted, and Bondrude's going to be feeling so good about that one. Going to be feeling a lot better than Disgrace, as he just finds himself on the receiving end of the Nefty Brandon Knight combination there. That's going to be 2 quick kills in the back pocket of NA Sandbags EU.
Yeah, NA Sandbags EU getting off to a very good start there, using that duo pressure, making sure that the Drongo and Bellica was already kind of forced out of lane, meant that they could easily invade onto Disgrace's third camp. You can see 3 wards around that, so they knew that there was going to be no backup from mid lane of Midnight Anthem, so that's going to be an easy pickup for them as well. So, and now we were talking about this Iggy and Scorch and the gadget in the mid lane, but it looks like the action is going to be everywhere else on the map.
Yeah, well, I imagine that's kind of coming down from just the nature of these mid lanes, right? Is that we've established that Iggy is essentially kind of like a better version of the gadget in terms of that zone control, that consistent DPS inside of these team fights. But we're not really getting to see that at the moment. Kind of feels like they just kind of cleared a wave, back up the tower, cleared a wave, back up the tower. Maybe we're going to see a lot more interaction as this game goes on. Well, I'm certainly hoping so, at least.
I wouldn't count on it, I'm going to be honest. Mages, no, they can be good fun to play, but it's not always the most interesting to watch. Especially if they're just going to throw out their abilities from max range, as we can see Gadget doing that immediately. So, and I am interested to see what North can do from here on though, because he got that first blood, he has got that lead, and Disgrace didn't die as well, so he's ahead in that farm, and we are going to see them both kind of look towards that 5-minute river buff. So the mid laners are on the other side of the map.
Yes, both Seismic and also Big C making their way through to the left-hand side jungle, but just a bit of a chase going down, a few basics thrown their way as well, but resets are going to be coming out. You can see Iggy did just call back onto lane and a bit of pressure being relieved, but again, for the side of Midnight Anthem, because we've already said, NA Sandbags EU, this is kind of their dream start, so how do Midnight Anthem play this out from here?
They just got to make sure that no snowballs really happen. Need to make sure that they're playing safe, which is not really happening. Just North's going to force the blink out of Denim.
Yeah, just immediate respect being shown there. Brandon Knight able to lock down, and this is going to be one of the punishments here, especially pre-level 6 as well, is that this dual lane does not have that much mobility, and especially with a 5-minute cooldown burn. So honestly, North being here, just eyeing up this gank does not surprise me in the slightest. He is going to maybe make their presence known, especially over towards this left-hand side. Might be able to take away the free camp here as well, but he's going to be on the ward, so they at least know he's here. And look at the gadget on the rotation as well. So North has to be a bit careful here in dangerous territory. He has got the hats on him, but reinforcements do arrive. As you can say, North actually going to go with the jump on towards Denim. Seismic Assault does miss. North still is here. Big C throws down the Tesla Dome, but North just does not care about it. They grab that first kill. Molotov comes down. Seismic with the Inferno as well, looking to tick, looking to kill and get the boom on towards Ranting Gamer. 2 more kills to NA Sandbags EU.
BC made a rotation first, but he had no mana to actually do anything, so only had the mana to use his Tesla Dome at the end of that team fight. Meant that he wasn't really a threat, even though he was over there. And at this point in time, Midnight Anthem, they're only level 4 in that dual lane, so they're level down. They're not really online until they hit those ultimates. So Neff and Brandon can easily just help North there, and with the late rotation by Seismic meant that it was an easy 2-man pickup. And in the meantime, Disgrace couldn't really do anything on that side lane, as Bonji was basically 2v1 in.
For sure. I mean, already this Several getting to a pretty scary point here as well. We're expecting Bondru to put on a bit of a show as well, what they can do. But we do see this as well from the supports. Brandonite has moved over towards the mid lane just to help with the push. As all of a sudden it feels like the game just starts to breathe. It starts to open up as well. We've seen rotations from the mid lane. We've seen the ganks come out. It's only really the side lane on that Zaris versus Severog who haven't really got themselves involved just yet. Denim with the rotation towards the mid lane coming from behind Seismic, who doesn't have that much mana or HP to their name, has to be careful and will respect Blink away from this Spellica.
Yeah, not 100% sure if the Blink was needed. Obviously, he didn't have any mana to fight back, but I know a Blink is always going to be helpful. Midnight Anthem now has that breathing space to look towards those ganks in the mid lane. And Iggy Swords, though he has very good sort of zone potential as we get a bit of stun. North is also here, though.
Yeah, he's going to hit the call, going to go for the stun on towards Big Z. He's going to blink, he's going to follow through. Tesla Dome comes down, but once again, North just runs straight through it. But it does buy enough time. Big Z is able to get to safety. But once again, another flashpoint here inside the left-hand side as they have a 1v1 Nefty versus Ranting Gamer. And Nefty is the one that wins those. A solo bolo inside of the duo lane. And now NA Sandbags EU just flood more members into that side of the map.
Yeah, this isn't really Midnight Anthem's jungle. At this point in time, North is basically just set up a camp in their blue side jungle, taking the free camp again, taking that blue buff. Disgrace is trying to do something on the other side, but Bonjour is here. Not that it's going to really do much. Neither of them really doing much damage apart from the Colossal Blow.
Oh, he got it.
Is that stealing your own blue buff? Is that how it works?
Well, I think it's definitely protecting here, but hey, good job Bondru and all that. Meanwhile, though, in the mid lane, NA Sandbags EU once again engaging on towards that gadget, but this time they do get a good prize. They get the gadget's blink.
Yeah, that's both mid laners without a blink now, and with that Professor, meaning that gadget can't walk up. They know where Disgrace was as well with that blue buff invade, so this should be very easy first rank 2 for NA Sandbags EU, and we can already see Seismic setting up his turrets. Look how hard that is to get into, and let alone with Brandonite with his containment fence and anything as such. That means Midnight Anthem is going to let it go, and they're not in a position to kind of trade it out either. Haven't got Disgrace on the map to look for that mini prime, and Bondude is pressuring that off lane still.
Yeah, definitely a lot of pressure points coming out that NA Sandbags EU can play around here. And also just highlighting that point as well by the Iggy as well. And I imagine that's what we're going to be seeing from Iggy. It feels like in the hands of a team that's ahead, you know, actually allow the Iggy to get set up, you know, use to put down all those turrets and kind of sit inside and chill and relax whilst the turrets do a lot of the damage and a lot of the work. So just interesting to see how these teams are going to pilot one of these newer heroes available to them.
The newest hero available to him, and it's doing quite well so far. Obviously, we've seen so far in the groups, it hasn't been 100% pick banned, but when you have those favorable matchups like Into the Gadget, it is very, very strong. And especially if you have North as a jungler, that's an extra buff. It's kind of hidden one, only NA Sandbags EU gets it. But you see that as we see both of the jungle, mid lane jungle buffs being taken by Midnight Anthem, and yeah, at this point in time, you have to look towards that mini prime by both teams. There's going to be some sort of pressure over there, and when you look at the state of the solo lane, Rispo, you know, he should be ahead of Bondry, but he's a level down. Even with Disgrace over here, I don't really think they should take this.
Well, Bondru is going to use the Phantom Rush to close give distance away, but Rispa goes for the Colosseum. But there is the interaction. Immediately, Colossal Blow away. But Bondru still sticking around. North on the way over, so Bondru still has to survive. He takes a Spear of Near, takes a minion shot, subjugates with a fade away and forces out that Stoneforge Soul. But Bondru stays alive behind all of that. Seismic is here, picks off Risbro, and now turns attention with the Inferno on towards this jungler. Disgrace is down, and Seismic gets another kill.
Well, that's one way of getting mini prime, I guess. The gank onto Bondru not doing enough. They just don't really have the damage, even though they have those two bruisers. Bondru is in a position to delay for as long as possible, and a good macro play coming out of Seismic to make sure that he was there in time to pick up the late kill as well as help North get it. And they give it to Bondru. What nice fellows.
Yeah, and you can already see Bondro just beelining immediately towards this tower, and already this you know, we got to harp on about it, but there's a reason that we have to. It's just it's emphasize of how far ahead it feels like Bondrewd is. Already got over that early game hiccup in just the Sevrog Bitswell and Pre6, and you know, Disgrace is going to be here again, but you get a little bit of a feeling of deja vu, but they were already on the previous broadcast. It's another 2v1 as Bondrewd starting to tank up, throws the Razorback down, still has Colossal Blow available, but he's waiting for the Colosseum. He's going to actually turn a damage round on towards Rizmo, who has to evade away. Phantom Rush, Blink coming down, looking for another stack. North is on the way, but still just a few moments away as Rizmo will be able to get away. Disgrace still sticking around though. North is on a retreat as Bondrewd still baiting them in, wanting them to engage back, but North is just going to dissuade any further attack. They want this tower though, Falcon.
Yeah, they want this tower. They already got that tower in tier in the dual lane. Neff continuing to push that on 2v1. And I understand the gank. I understand they want him to get rid of that mini farm, but you're not really doing anything as a
double damage, maybe? That's North picking off Rizbro, and it's going to be setting it up on towards this craze, and Bondrewd stays alive on 24 HP.
Come on, chat. I know you want to say it. Good job, Bondrewd, playing out of his mind there. And Van Dyke not done yet. He's going to go towards the mid lane, get a nice amount of stuns on to Big Z. And the ultimate coming out of Icky Source is going to dot down that mid laner.
Yeah, and just to add insult to injury as well, Neft got the solo kill inside of the duo lane. Actually picked up 2 kills, taking down Denim as well. Just to add to the worries of Midnight Anthem is just that Neft has now reached that point. 4-0 and 1. Stormbreaker complete. Soul Chalice is on the way to the stack. Item build firmly in control as well, and even going to take a bit of damage onto this side of jungle. He's going to be stolen away, but Midnight Anthem just got it all to do here. It's a 12-0 scoreline we're looking at.
Yeah, 12-0 scoreline and over 100 CS ahead as well. I mean, it's not completely lost. They have chances to get back into the game, but they're not big. Big C, obviously the big standout of the Gadget, have 122 CS, only 1 death on the board, so they're not doing it too badly in that, but it's just those side lanes that are bleeding out so much, having both of those tier 1 towers down and the second Fangtooth spawned as well. Got to admit that that EU is just going to murder Midnight Anthem.
Yeah, Denim is going to be the first one as Stoneforge Soul comes out, but I don't think that stone, it more feels like paper mache, as it's going to be burned through by the NA Sandbags EU squad, immediately straight on towards his second Fangtooth, and Midnight Anthem can only watch.
Yeah, we didn't really see what started all of that due to the tab screen being up. But, you know, if they take second Fangtooth and a couple of kills, they are always going to take that. In the meantime, Bondrewd is just continuing to press out that solo lane. And now, I mean, it's 15-16 minutes into the game. There's no mini prime up. So you just got to expect maybe they just continue pressing onto these tier 2 towers now.
Yeah, the pressure coming in from the right-hand side, but a gank over towards the left as Nefty and North linking up to take down Denim once again. That is a 5-0 and 1 Twin Blast at this point in the game. That is frankly terrifying, as you can see the pressure just leaking out here. As Tang said in that previous game, this map feels so much smaller for Midnight Anthem. The clock really is starting to strike it as NA Sandbags EU just in complete control of the map and pushing these members out.
Ever since that first blood, that side of the jungle has just been theirs in every single moment, and it continues to be so. So there's a 3v2. North is just going to run them down.
Yeah. Okay. North is North does a lot of damage, Falcon. That's what we learned from that one.
Yes, there's a reason why North plays a lot of Chimera, and we just saw it right there and then. Doesn't need to have the Basilisk online, went for the Tectonic Mallet instead, just to prevent the magical damage from Big Z and Denim to really stop him doing anything. But I don't think that's an issue.
No, it's going to be a very tricky situation. I want to go back to what you mentioned before, Falcon. I mean, don't get me wrong. When you made this point, this kill score and this situation was definitely not it. With Midnight Anthem getting back into this game, it's a monumental ask for this point. But how do they do it? What do they have to do to get back into this game?
Realistically, they need to think of what they can give up and what they can contest. The 2 jungle is probably not one of them, as we get a big team fight coming out here, though.
Yeah, as the Tesla Dome is going to come out. That's a blink away from Seismic. Going to keep themselves alive, and North goes straight back in to pick up the kill on towards Rizbro. Big Z, the next target, doesn't have the Tesla Dome. He's going to be stuck inside of this little alcove. He's going to be picked up, though, by Neptune just once again, one by one. Members falling left, right, and center. Make that a 21-0 kill score. And NA Sandbags EMU over towards the right-hand side. Grab himself a
All Prime's not even up. This is just the second mini prime of the game. They're already on the inhibitors. The Midnight Anthem, as I was saying, they need to really decide what they can contest and what they need to give up. Just basically, they just need to get that farm, get that experience as much as they can before that All Prime does spawn. So having those fights in jungle does not help them at all. Obviously, this tier 2 tower is going to survive for the moment, but it's not going to be much longer for this world, as Rizbro is just going to take for that farm. And, you know, Mini Prime has been taken. I'm not 100% sure who it was on. Fangtooth is going to be up in a few more minutes, so they have got that breathing room to try and just farm. It's not going to be that easy to just siege down these inhibitors, even with this lead. But Disgrace doing stuff like this is risky.
Yeah, he's able to take the blue buff away and secure it, but Nefty is still here. And you get the sense that this entire jungle just belongs to Nefty. He's going to take away all of those free camps as well, even returning a lot of damage. Look at that. Look at it coming out here, though. I mean, Disgrace only has a Fire Blossom to their name, but Nefty just shreds through that so much as you can see that they are now 3 items deep in towards their build, even picking up that Perforator as well.
Yeah, and Seismic as well has an interesting build. Has that Spirit of Amir, which you normally see on counter-tested Simbi jungle. Not something you see as much in lane, but, you know, it's something that's quite useful. It has got that HP, has got that magical lifesteal, and, you know, does give you quite a decent amount of mana regen, as this case get caught out in his jungle again.
Yeah, it was actually the stasis bomb from Brandon Knight interrupted the leap, so he had to use his own blink to get up that wall. But NA, the Sandbags EU, they just want to keep this momentum going. They don't want to give Midnight Anthem any chance, any respite here, as all 5 members on towards the All Prime. 20 minutes and 22 seconds they've already picked it up, and now Fangtooth is going to be spawning as well. The 3rd Fangtooth buff is going to be even more terrifying.
Yeah, Midnight Anthem not really contesting it at all, knowing that basically even if they do steal it, they are 100% going to die in that scenario. Same with this 3rd Fangtooth, so they are just going to start hunting them down. Trying to defend that tier 2 tower against Bondrude. That went down so fast, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, definitely a worrying one for sure here. Brandon Knight doesn't quite connect the stasis bomb on towards this Craze, but that's not going to be the end of their issues for Midnight Anthem. And Spondrude is just chasing out Rizbro. He's going to have to blink back up that wall as well. This wall has claimed so many blinks this game, and now it looks like NA Sandbags EU want to claim even more names. You can just see the CC coming in. Epoch comes out, but it's only a pose that they'll strike before they are taken down.
I know Mercy was playing the previous one, and there's definitely no Mercy in this game from NA Sandbags EU, as the ultimate from this case does come out. That only really delays the inevitable when like gets stun on the return journey down. That's 1 inhibitor down in the duo. This is going to be the 2nd inhibitor down in the mid lane. Bondrude has that wave in the solo, but they don't care. They're just going to fucking kill Kennen. And they are going to
Yeah, this is only a formality at this point, Falcon. The core is a target. Ranting Gamer just corralled back in towards their fountain as NA Sandbags EU, near enough a perfect game from their KDA perspective. It's going to, convincingly is an understatement, close out this one and secure their spot in the main event.
what more is there to say? From the second minute after that first blood came out, there was basically nothing that stopped NA Sandbags EU. They got all 3 Fancies, all 2 mini primes, the main prime, and I just don't think they dropped a tower either. So that was actually a perfect game from NA Sandbags EU.
Yeah, it's like, wow. Now, we're on about like statement games here. So NA Sandbags EU, of course, second seed from Group B. Even worse timing were the ones who took that first seed. So this is your opportunity to show that, hey, you know, that second seed is only a title. Like, we are still here and we're still going to be putting up. But when you have games like that, I mean, that is a statement coming out from NA Sandbags EU.
Yeah, and it's your first seed coming out of groups. You got to feel pretty happy with yourself. Got that instant buy into that final weekend. And then you see that, and you might be fighting them in the first round. I mean, there's other teams who would want to play against first. I'll just put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, well, a lot of these teams that we've already qualified. I mean, Deja Vu in the last series, and now NA Sandbags EU adding to that title as well. This is already a very stacked playoff, and that's just not going to be end. We still have 2 more games, so we're going to throw it back to the desk to close out this one.
Thank you, TJ, DJ, and Fralkin. Wow, 25-0. NA Sandbags EU, for a team who only started practicing together quite recently, they had the harmony, they had the chemistry to take this game and advance to the quarterfinals. They had complete control of that map, complete control of this game. Everything was just calculated. They secured Orb Prime at 20 minutes, and they ended with 25 kills and 0 deaths. What a team to follow. One step closer for NA Sandbags EU. Congratulations, GG's, and thank you for playing Midnight Anthem. I don't even know what to say. I am just opening the floor to Mugi to talk about that last game.
Well, already like a perfect score. Nobody is dying. Usually there is always one feeder in those matches, the guy that died once, and didn't happen here. And one thing that I found that was like absolutely like amazing is, of course, everyone's saying good job Bondrood in the chat, but in a sense, like this guy has mastery over his pick. We see time and time again, sometimes it was even in 1v2, he leaned back, get away, but then he knows that he has a window to re-engage in the 1v2 while North was coming, and he knows the limit of his champion so well that even in 1v2 situation, it was too much to handle for Midnight Anthems.
Yeah, he had that offlane prowess, and he showed us what he's capable of. Mr. Meds, what do you have to say except for good job, Bondrood?
I would say comfort wins. You know, a lot of people always say that, you know, sweatpants are better than jeans. Well, that's what we saw here. We saw that we saw the NA Sandbags. They picked their comfort and they just ran through the game. They had their sweatpants on. They were chilling. They were just, as Mugi was saying, even though there was some pressure in some of the lanes at some points in time, they were chilling. They knew that backup was coming. They knew that their team was coming, and they just ran through the game.
Yep, they definitely had each other's backs. Congratulations again, NA Sandbags EU. Any other highlights or anything else that you want to mention, Mugi?
Well, like seeing how Deja Vu played and how NA Sandbags EU play, both of those teams are going to get like 2 more weeks of practice until main stage. Like, I can't wait to see those teams like battling against the tier 1 team. It's like, we have in 2 weeks a wonderful event that is starting to shaping up, and I can't wait to see like all the matches between all of them, because like I love good competitive pred. I love like top team clashing at each other, pushing everyone forward towards getting better, and I think we're getting in that direction for like the main stage.
Yep, 2 more weeks until our main event. But before they get there, they have to, make it out of the quarterfinals. So this is one team that you guys definitely have to keep track of, because they are working and they calculated everything in that last match we just saw. Mr. Meds, anything else that you'd like to add?
Well, I would just say that, statement heard, NAEU, we hear you. you will be a contender in the next round. So, something felt personal about that game. Maybe there was a little banter going on between, the two EU teams, one taking the first place and one taking the second place. The statement's been heard, so we'll see that matchup coming soon enough.
Yep. But that ends our first 2 series. Thank you for joining me, Mugi and Mr. Meds. For those who want to catch up with you, Mugi, how do they keep up?
Well, I mainly can find me on my Twitch, which is also under the name of Mugiwawa, and I also have a YouTube channel that I focus on Scream review and guides to help everyone get better. And every single morning, EU time or night, NA time, NA player, I go for a Scream review. And on this Monday, I will have the chance to review the match between the first seed and second seed of every group, and that's gonna be glorious because we didn't get the chance to catch them, but we have one day before all the Scream get wiped out by the new patch of Quang. So we're going to try to enjoy that.
Mr. Meds, what are your socials?
Yeah, you can just find me on Twitter or X, or if you want to find me, you can find me in Gen Chat. So I'll be there.
Thank you so much for joining me at the desk. And for those who are still here and tuning in, thank you for staying with us. If you haven't already and you like what you see, please hit that follow button on Twitch. Subscribe to us on YouTube. Thank you so much for the support. We'll see you next for series number 3. We have Rogue and Expendabros. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hope you have your drink with you and that you got your popcorn ready. We are now 2 series in our elimination round, and we have 2 more series to watch. Now, I am joined by yours truly, QA tester, offlane extraordinaire, and content creator for Pred. How are you, Joey?
I'm doing fantastic. How about you, all dog?
I'm doing really well. Thank you for asking. You're the first one to ask. It's so
Oh no!
It's so good to have you back. And then, of course, we also have Medkit, predecessor content creator known for his guides. How's it going, Medkit?
Yo, what up, our dog? And hello, everyone. My name is Medkit, and welcome to PCC6.
Yep, now it's Group C's time to shine. Chefs do move forward. They won 5-0 as our first placer in this group. But now we've got Rogue with that 4-1 advantage versus Expendabros, who won 3-2 of their games. Rogue kind of made some roster changes this time around. Medkit, please take us through on what happened behind the scenes.
A couple of changes for the Rogue. We still have Tekken in the off lane. We still have Wangle in the mid lane. And dual lane still consists of Haru and Blue Jay. What Rogue did add, however, is Grady in the jungle now.
Yep, Grady, who used to be in Dirty Lake and the Boys. Yours truly, I know you are a sub for Team Rogue, so what's the scoop?
Yeah, no, so essentially they just want to try to play every member to the greatest strengths. Like Blue Jay is feeling really good in support, and Grady is of course like a person that streams whole ton on Twitch, doing jungle all the time. So right now Rogue is just looking really kind of solid overall with people in the like actual kind of main roles going into this PCC.
Yep, I'm really excited to see what they have in store now that they have Grady as their jungler. We talked a little bit about top picks and bans with Mr. Meds and Mugi, but we want to hear the offlane side of things, Joey. Who are you expecting to see in the offlane?
Yeah, so for those who do not know, Tekken is a very aggressive offlaner. I wouldn't be surprised if he picks heroes like Saris or Grux or even Quench that he's really well known for. For on Expendabros, go with someone that's a little bit in between, but I think he tends to like tank kind of picks like Steel and like Zevrock. So it's gonna be very interesting to see like the really aggressive player going against the more defensive player in this offlane matchup.
Yep, and with that being said, let's take a look at the draft. Oh, I love this draft screen that we've got here. Medkit, I gotta ask you, everyone has their own like top picks and bans that they think they'll see. But what are you expecting to see this time?
I think the most standard route would be to pick ban flexible heroes, using that not only to sort of feel out the draft, but play a bit of mind games with the opponent. For example, they get rid of Bellica and Steel on the side of Rogue, and Expendabros actually picked up Greystone. Now, Greystone we've been seeing a lot of Greystone recently.
Yeah, so it's actually a really smart move by Rogue to ban Steel, because Steel is like something that Go would like to play, especially in offlane, and Steel just wins about almost any matchup. You have to pick like a very specific playstyle to count Steel in offlane. So that's really good for Tekken Kid especially, because now he's going to have a lot more room to be able to dominate the lane. But Greystone being picked up is kind of another like offlane like Steel that's kind of really annoying and hard to kill in offlane, but he's also really good in the jungle, especially right now. So it's actually a solid first pick by Expendabros.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see who's next. Sorry, go ahead, Medkit.
Same, I was gonna say that Greystone is also pretty flexible in either offlane or jungle, so we don't exactly know where he'll go, but we do see a plethora of picks right now. So over on the Rogue, we see their ADC has been secured. The mid laner for Expendabros has been secured. We see the Decker from them as well, and we see Richter, who can be anywhere, but we do also see the Narbash over on the support lane.
Yeah, so it seems like Void really wants to get their dual lane kind of set up with the Narbash being a really good pick in the mid late game, especially. His nail just goes nuts to really sustain the team. Trima's obviously a very strong AC at the moment, very like self-sufficient, and Richter is a very good flex between the jungle and off lane. And I think that may be something that Tekken actually played the Richter really good as well, because Richter is a very aggressive tank offlaner in comparison to Steel and the Sedwalk. But on the Expendables, we see the Decker, not surprised there for a good solid support pick, and then Gideon mid, really kind of top contender for mid lane at the moment. So it's going to really come down to the Gideon ultimate team fight and how things going to go. And we do see the rest of the picks actually pick up right here with working Iggy and Scorch and Crunch, which that's Tekken's like favorite hero to play off lane, and then the Iggy Scorch going to the Rango mid, who's been practicing a lot with that hero.
And not only that, we see Expendables kind of got rid of Chimera rather than shortening the ADC role, but we do see Wraith picked up and Zarus as well. Now, looking at this, there's a lot of team wombo combo on the side of Expendables.
Yep. Joey, what sort of team fights are you expecting to see from Rogue? How do you expect them to initiate team fights, or what's that going to look like?
Yeah, so especially with the Iggy and Scorch and Nogbash under the belt, they seem like they want to take team fights a little bit slow in the sense that with Iggy and Scorch, he provides a ton of sustained damage in team fights. Along his turns can keep proccing damage on them. With the Nogbash heal just being a really nice consistent healing for the team, I think what Rogue needs to do is they need to find opportunities with the Richter hook, obviously, but when they do fight, they need to stay together and fight like slow but steady, because they really want the Nogbash heal and Iggy get a ton of value in the team comp.
All right, but I gotta ask you, a medkit. You mentioned wombo combos coming from Expendables. I asked the same question to Joey, but what team fights, or what are the wombo combos we're gonna be seeing from them?
It mostly starts with the engage coming from Decker, but also the Greystone to be able to dive the backline, and then Zarus and Gideon can kind of just come in and just create this wide area of damage for Rogue to like kind of find their way through.
Yep, and these team fights are going to be nutty. Now, I know you want to watch the game, I want to watch the game. Let's send this over to TDM and Woofy.
Group C elimination match. Hello, greetings everyone, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. My name is Woofy GG, and I'm the new boy here, joined by one of the usual suspects here, TDM here, for this amazing game between the Expendables and Rogue. What are you excited for with this draft?
I am really excited to see just a new team compete. Expendables has never participated in this tournament series before. Rogue is a team that has existed for a long time and has competed for a long time, and it's really cool to see just new teams playing. I know they played earlier today, and you probably got to see some of their games on other streams in the group stage, but now in the elimination round, they're finally on stream, and I just think that's really exciting. That's the real strength of this elimination round. We get to see so many of these teams that we didn't get to see prior.
Yeah, like at the end of the day, when you see new people in this Predecessor community fighting it out and even getting to the point of being the third seed, so you have that last chance to qualify for the final stage, that is going to be one of the most exciting times when you're a new team. And their opponent is a worthy one indeed, and that's going to be Rogue, that have been showing up pretty much every single tournament for a long while.
Yeah, they've been showing up. They've been showing up with a slightly different roster, though. Blue Jay, who used to be the jungler, now playing Narbash in support role. He is replaced in the jungle by Grady, who has just joined the team. And their previous support, Tekken Kid, is back to his home in the offlane. Tekken Kid is considered one of the best offlaners right now, as Crashy might be in danger as he sees 4 members of Rogue in his jungle.
He's just gonna have to keep his distance. Crashy knows his abilities and knows it well, so he doesn't want to push forward just yet. But it's funny you mentioned Tekken Kid, because it is also a very interesting solo lane going on here with respectively Tekken Kid rocking his usual crunch pick, and it's answered over on the Expendables by Zarus. Can you tell us a little bit about that with Mr. Guru over here fighting Tekken?
Well, the real strength of Zarus is at level 6 he can fight you. And the real strength of Crunch is at level 6, he can fight you, but just a little bit better. Czar is much stronger in those first few levels in comparison to Crunch, but he still has that strength at 6. It's the strength at 6 that Crunch has that's just almost unstoppable. Yes, he'll be locked in the cage, but I actually think Zarus is going to end up locked in the cage with him instead, especially with Tekken Kid controlling this Crunch. This is one of his better picks.
Yeah, and you know, when you're making a cage around a boxer, they're just gonna take the fight. But speaking of a fight, Grady's getting engaged on by the entirety of the Expenderbros here in the jungle, and that's the first kill going in favor of the Expenderbros, starting off this game strong.
Yeah, and that's off of this pretty unique strategy of running your duo lane in mid. Statical and Neo are actually playing in the mid lane, while their mid laner on the Gideon is there in the left lane. As DC5 Blue Jay is trying to, I guess, rotate over and try and respond.
There was a lot of damage happening here with Blue Jay and Wangle helping each other get the hold onto Statical, but his life is still in good hands. He's keeping himself by the tier 1 tower, does not want to engage anymore. But it still opens up the question of, should you stay? I do believe that at this point, Blue Jay is just going to thunk Neo out of the way because nobody is safe from the drummer himself.
Yeah, it's a really unique strategy, and it really provided a lot of value for that early invade, because now Grady was in a 3v1. That's potentially Tekken Kid might be in a 2v1 if Crashy chooses to gank this lane. The junglers probably not used to playing a game like this, where your mid lane now has 4 people, and the long lane has, you know, 2 mages playing against each other. This is going to create some unique pathing opportunities for Crashy and for Grady.
Yeah, if you open up the map a bit more, it's definitely going to pay off dividends. And Crashy with a little bit more of an open lane, we have definitely seen what happens when his jungle is open and ready for the taking. He goes wherever he wants to, and he will help get a kill on the board somehow. And it's always going to be a very consistent affair with this jungle player.
It also is allowing Blue Jay to roam around this map. We just saw him in the blue side jungle for Rogue. Like, he was placing wards, he was checking to make sure that Crashy wasn't in the area. So he's able to roam around every time his carry is pushing a wave down. He's like, okay, I'm going to go and apply pressure all over the map. So now they kind of have this weird double jungle setup with this Narbash as he goes to heal up his Richter, it seems, in the blue side.
Yeah, they are grouping up together as a unit because 2 buff boys are better than 1 buff boy, and it's going to help them out clear these camps. As you mentioned, it's good for their momentum and their pathing options. And right now, Tekken Kid is getting low here by Mr. Guru and has to retreat for now here in the off lane. But it could very well lead to something else here in mid lane as the containment fence is keeping Haru in check here. And it's followed up with a little bit more damage, but the march is coming through here from Blue Jay to save his carry's life just in time. Crashy, on the other hand, is actually very close by and could collapse onto this. But will he, is the question.
As I said, I actually think that she's just going to continue to farm, because I don't think these junglers are used to a lane matchup like this. I don't think he knows where he can gank. It looks like he might be aiming towards this Iggy, who's pushed up pretty far in a pretty wide open lane.
It is definitely open, and at this point in time, you really cannot allow any early pressure to be added to this mid lane. So with that said, there's a lot of things you have to do right on the side of Rogue to really stop the Expenderbros, as they have already gotten the first blood. We cannot allow any more on the side of Rogue. They need to get this first pick off. And Grady is slowly looking around here in the mid lane, trying to de-ward if there is anything in the grass. There is one. That is one of the drones by the Wraith is placed right here by Neo.
Yeah, I'm just constantly going to keep going back to this mid lane. It's a very unique strategy, and I think Expenderbros are going to have the advantage because they're the ones who forced that strategy into this game. It's Rogue who's responding, as Crashy might be responding to a fight here on the right side. But no, just looking like he's going to be farming up his 3 camp.
Yeah, right now there is no real initiation possibility, so they have to just wait and see where the land lies, so to speak. Because if you get that opening, it's an easy engage, but you can't risk going into a battle where you are at a disadvantage. And Crash is playing this very, very carefully and just biding his time, waiting for an opportunity to strike where there's a perfect opportunity for a positive result, so to speak.
I think they really just want to make sure that they're in a position where they can have a full-on team fight. They have Crashy's ultimate that can pair really well with Gideon's. That black hole and that Stoneforge work together so well, slowing someone in the black hole. But also, both cages work really well with the black hole. The team fight strength on Expendabros definitely is there in comparison to Rogue, but Rogue just also has this Narbash. So if this game goes late enough, like, I don't think you're going to be able to kill many players with a Narbash on your team, especially with characters with a little bit of self-heal like this Crunch.
Yeah, you have a lot of healing on the table here with this side of a little bit of Shrek. But here's an engage here from Crashy as he's banging on the door of Rogue. Grady has to get out. He is so low, and there it is. A blink is activated by Crashy. He is hungry for this kill. The Stoneforge is coming through. Does not connect onto anything, but it keeps him alive for now. There's the Thunk to stop him right under the tower, and Wangle ends this with a beautiful throw of his Molotov. That's going to be a 1-for-1.
Wangle came up huge there. Crashy almost got the kill on Grady. Grady barely makes it out with 1 HP, and then Wangle comes in, and in response to the Stoneforge, he uses that Inferno, and he boops him right into the tower, into the waiting arms of the Thunk, and Crashy falls with the help of the tower. Huge rotation from both of, I guess the left side mid laners, I don't know what you call them in this game, but huge rotation from Wangle. He has a lot of impact in that fight.
Yeah, Wangle was just dealing the damage he needed to. And speaking of damage, that's a nice knock up here from Tekken Kid onto Guru. He has to go away. There is no more HP available in his bank. And now he has the whole offlane to himself, adding a little bit more insult to injury as he's already slightly ahead, but now with a whole level advantage.
Yeah, and that's really the strength of the Crunch. Once you're in that 1v1 stage and once he has that level 6, he is very, very powerful. Evanescence also powerful as he uses the black hole on Wangle, but Wangle, just at the tip, is able to get away.
No, not yet, not yet. The story is not over. Avalanche wants this kill, but the Thunk is coming here from Blue, and the Crash Bang Boom as a combo to save the life of Wangle. Here it is. The Molotov is connecting. The Blink is getting burned by Blue Jay, and he's going to get another kill. Rogue, you are showing up today.
Oh my god. I just love seeing a Narbash kill. I know he didn't do all the damage, but he did a lot, especially by getting that Thunk under the tower. Blue Jay, with a great play, punishing Evelyn's for overextending onto Wangle.
And he just kept going, and it just seemed like it was a perfect opportunity to get that kill, but then Blue Jay comes out of the jungle with the news and a Thunk to remember, the rolled up newspaper. And there it is, a beautiful hook combo with the skewer onto Crashes, keeping him in check with very low HP. He has no way of getting out of this one. There it is, the Stoneforge is going through, and Ventilate is an answer from Haru, but they're on their way. Rogue, 4 members around the pit, and Crashy all by themselves within this Orb Prime pit. That's going to be a kill for Wangle right then and there, and most possibly a free Orb Prime mini. Statical is the only member of the Expender Bros here trying to get anything done, but there's nothing to be said. Grady will get it for the side of Rogue.
Really big play, really big rotation from Rogue, understanding that they need to be there. They need to keep Crashy from getting that Orb Prime for his team and maybe evening out his off lane or another lane he chooses. Rogue punishes, they take the mini Prime. Honestly, I would have loved to see it go to Tekken Kid. He's been put in the hands to Mr. Guru, and having that additional benefit of that mini Prime probably would have guaranteed this lane is won. But he's almost winning it by himself. He probably doesn't need it, and Grady really just wants to have that pressure all over the map.
All over the map. They have what they need. They have space, they have vision, and they have awareness. But now, Expender Bros only have a few opportunities to actually turn this around with all of this damage done to towers as well as objectives. This mini prime buff, as you said, it didn't go on Tekken Kid, which we would assume would have been the right choice, but I do guess that at the end of the day, they want Grady to be having that rotational quality. And we are very, very close of seeing an engage here onto the Fangtooth. This is going to be a big fight and very important for both sides. It might not be the biggest advantage by getting the first Fangtooth, but it's still allowed to be gained by Rogue. The containment fence is keeping a few members out of the fray, but Crashy is going down. He's crashing and burning, and now there it is. The whole cavalry is there to go in with a skewer, with a Riplash. It's not enough. They do get out just in time. Avalanche getting hunted down by Haru. Wangle does get Neo in the meantime from the jungle, and they're waiting to see if they can get another kill under their belt. Avalanche is trying to get back, but the Molotov is connecting perfectly. Haru does get the kill in the back, and Statical is all by themselves close to the tier 1 tower. This is such a long fight, and I'm gonna keep going because I have all day, buddy. And Statical has only one chance to get out, and it's called luck. But luck is not on your side. You're getting hunted down. The jump is coming through, and the Iron Strike from Statical together with a stun. But what can you do? 3 members of Rogue take down another.
Yeah, that... Oh, wow, and then Tekken Kid on the other side of the map, potentially taking down Mr. Guru, but no. No, I am baffled. He blinks back in, and he does take the kill. Wow, what a play from Tekken Kid. That whole engagement on the left side of the map, around that Fangtooth pit, that all comes down. Honestly, you're probably not going to suspect it, but I think it comes down to this Iggy. Iggy and Twin Blast destroy Fangtooth. They shred that monster in the jungle in mere seconds, and Crashy, who doesn't make the wrong play necessarily by jumping in and attempting to steal, it's just he jumps in right as it dies because I don't think he expected the damage that comes out of this kind of composition.
They have way more damage than I personally anticipated, and it's paying off dividends. They melted down the Fangtooth so hard, as you just mentioned, and now they have an opportunity to push down any lane they desire. And this is going to be a really good play if they can get a hold on to Statical. There's the Thunk and a Vaporize to add a little bit more insult to injury onto Statical. Neo and Statical have to keep their distance. They cannot allow to be captured. But here's Crashy jumping in to the fray, but way too late as the tower goes down. A Riplash is coming through, but does not connect onto Statical. He is on the retreat, but here is a Skewer with the Blink together with the Ventilate to get 2 members off of the Expender Bros. Crashy burning off the Stone Forge, trying to get back to the tier 2. Mr. Guru as well, trying to hold the distance. Now it is an engage onto the tower. Will they be able to get their purchase over on Rogue? Well, unless you miss your Riplash, my dear Grady, that's just going to be the end of that engage.
I mean, to be fair to Grady, he did hit the Riplash. It's just that the minion, that amazing teammate, body blocks the hook for Crashy. That's what happened there. Grady doesn't miss.
Grady doesn't miss. It was like, it was lag on the server. Trust me, it was lag. But now, like, we are in a very, very precarious situation here, TDM. It is 10-1 with 1 mini prime and 1 Fangtooth in favor of a Rogue. What do you think can change the pace of this very violent tsunami here?
Honestly, I think you missed one other crucial detail. 10-1, 1 mini prime, 1 Fang, but also that tier 1 tower in mid. This double mid has been handedly won by Rogue, and that opens up the map pretty solidly for them. That strategy was implemented by Expender Bros, and it didn't work out for them because this Twin Blast and this Narbash, and honestly, this Richter who's been roaming there a lot, made sure that they won that lane. It's really just going to come down to potentially this 4-man rotation onto Tekken Kid. They really need a pick. They really need some sort of foothold into this game to be able to put pressure onto either this next mini prime that's coming up or to the next Fangtooth, because their team fight has a lot of potential with all these big circles.
They definitely have all the tools available, but it's at the end about how you use them. Now there is a little bit of an engage here from Grady trying to push up and show his presence to the Expendabros, Wangle and Blue Jay as well, pondering around this Orb Prime pit as they would like to get another one. Please, sir, may I have another? They're going directly for it with the Expendabros close by. They do not manage to stop it. They do not manage to stall it. That's going to be another mini prime for the side of Rogue.
Yeah, I don't think they necessarily needed to defend it, but I would like to see them defend this second Fangtooth at the very least. As I said, I think they have a really strong team fight, and now with Rogue going right over to that Fangtooth pit, they might be down 4 objectives, and that's not really looking too good. You want to be able to get to that team fight stage, and yeah, they don't even contest it, trying to force down this mid tower, it seems, but Tekken Kid in the area to block it.
They are just ready. Whatever Expendabros got on their table, they already know the menu and all the ingredients over on Rogue. They have been tried and true in this game for such a long time, and you can just see it in this very case. Tekken Kid rotating over to protect his tier 1 tower from going down in mid, just because he can. He has the space, he has won the lane, if I do say so myself, and
I think
there's not much you can do once you're trying to get a tower down and the tankiest target is there to protect it.
Yeah, I wonder how Rogue learned all these ingredients and all these recipes. Perhaps it was from the chefs who beat them earlier today, kicking them into this second place position.
They're out of position and they're out of clues for what to do in this situation, it seems, but it's just about waiting and seeing. A Colosseum is coming through here onto Tekken Kid to start a duel with Crashy coming in from the jungle. But we do know what is happening. If you get too close to the sun, you're gonna get burned. Mr. Guru has to get out just in time. Statical and Neo as well, rotating over. They want Tekken Kid. The recall is coming through here, and that is going to be another stasis bomb combo. Crashy, Neo, and Statical will get a hold on to Tekken Kid. But here is Grady. He is on his way, and honestly, a little bit too late, but at the end of the day, you tried.
If one cage doesn't do it, the second one will. Tekken Kid finally taken out there, punished for being pretty far forward, but it took a lot. It took a 4-man rotation for that punishment to come through. He was winning the 2v1. I think if no one else was coming, he would have taken that fight, and he would have taken down Mr. Guru and then Crashy next, or at least forced the ultimate. Really important for them to take down Tekken Kid in that position. But because of all that, now that his team has rotated, they are able to strip the jungle, making Crashy fall even further behind. Look how many wards are just in that blue side for both teams. Crashy in hopes to defend hits, and for Rogue just hoping to know where he is so they can steal it from right under his nose.
Yeah, and now they're just gonna go directly for the Orb Prime. They do not care that all members of the Expendabros are alive. So a little bit of disrespect here, but we love to see it. They are ahead after all. They know their limitations. Mr. Guru only on the side trying to see if he can get any kind of entrance into this. Statical as well. They're simply too late on the dot, and Orb Prime will go in favor of a Rogue. Now taking down a little stroll through mid lane to see if they can get another important objective for their side.
Yeah, that is the Iggy. As I mentioned earlier, Wangle on this pick has been at every single objective, and he has stripped them all of their health. Haru wasn't even on that Orb Prime. He wasn't even there. They didn't need him because Iggy just does so much damage to these objectives. They are paper to his scissors, and so is Neo as he's hit with the Riplash and hit with all the damage.
goodness gracious, they are not giving up just yet. They want as much as possible. Grady taking down Crashy together with his carry. Tekken Kid and Blue Jay are holding off on the right side. Meanwhile, the mid inhibitor is being pushed by Haru, Grady, and Blue Jay, ready with their healing Marsh. And here's a Ventilate trying to get a hold onto Statical. He does jump out just in time. And Avalanche is getting hooked, lined, and sunk. Haru answers that call from Grady with another kill onto the fray. This is going to be most likely the push into the core to end the game. They got 4 members down of the Expender Bros. Oh, the humanity. Oh my goodness, you are turning this game inside out. Rogue will take this game 2-0.
We have been seeing so many stomps today, and Rogue versus Expendabros is no exception. Rogue using their expertise, using their knowledge that they've gained from previous events. They show Expendabros what it's like to play on screen, on stream, on the PCC main stage. Congratulations, Rogue, and commiserations to Expendabros. 3rd place in the group is not a bad score in the slightest.
Absolutely not, Tedium. They did whatever they could despite the circumstances, and still, as you said, getting into the 3rd place is impressive indeed. So, I mean, at the end of the day, we just saw Rogue do Rogue things, and we're kind of used to that already. But I think that we think that there are some other people that would like to break down this. And that's going to be the desk with our dog in a moment. But any closing words, Tedium?
Honestly, I expected the game to last a little bit longer. Rogue, their composition was quite strong, but I wouldn't really say their composition was quite strong in the early game. They all pretty much want to kind of scale a little bit. Iggy's not exactly known for his early game dominance. Crunch needs to wait till 6. I guess the Richter can have impact pretty much right away. The moment he has that Riplash, he can put impact on any part of the map. But even, look, a Narbash wants to go late. They don't even need to in that game. Just immense domination, and it was pretty impressive. That's the most impressed I've been with Rogue in this entire tournament series. Really well done. You can see that they've improved in every single one of these events. I can't wait to see them in a couple weeks.
Yeah, they are now your 2nd seed and the 2nd team in Group C that has made it to the finals. But we need a little bit more breakdown of this game. And with that, we have our analysts over there ready to give it away. So see you around, and thanks for a good game here.
Bye.
Thank you, Tedium and Woofy. What a game by Rogue and Expendabros. What an interesting strategy we saw on the screen. Like the duo from Expendabros coming to the mid lane, and Rogue was like, we're going to do that too. Rogue was securing too many primes and secured the ore prime right at the spawn. Do not underestimate this team, making a statement just like our previous elimination round winners. They know an objective spawn, showing their opponents, hey, we know how to play this game. Joe, yours truly, I know you have a lot to say. I can see it in your eyes. You have a lot to say about this match. What happened?
Yeah, so talk about mid lane first of all. Like, that wasn't the first time that whole duo in mid played out. That happened, like, I guess a couple months ago when some other team did it, but then it wasn't like the actual strat, and it kind of fell apart. And the big reason why this strat kind of falls apart is that it hopes that the team you're playing against doesn't know how to deal with that, and then they kind of get a little quote-unquote cheese fun by that kind of strat. But obviously, we saw Rogue adjusted really fast. They sent them dual mid, and they show up really, really strongly. And they showed that they cannot be cheesed that easily coming into the stages right here.
Yep, and great job on that performance. But Medkit, I gotta hear your thoughts on what you were thinking about that duo lane strategy.
So the first thing that came to my mind is whenever you see a dual lane go into mid lane like that, it's more for a surprise factor. And the other thing is the support is able to kind of roam and help with pryos, maybe invades, help during invades, possibly even rotate for the side buff spawning in. It's all about timers, but you really need some good teamwork and synergy for that to work. But the most impressive thing was just the response. We saw like, okay, let's match them and just do better at that strategy. That was the most impressive thing I've seen.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, the how the other team responds is just like, okay, we're just going to accept that this is happening. But Rogue did a really good job, you know, performing against that. Anything else that you'd like to add, Joey, about what are the other highlights and key moments of this match?
Yeah, no, I think one other highlight I want to point out is that, like, another kind of strategy they're trying to do with the dual mid by the Expendables was that support roaming and just getting vision and just being just a hassle to grab that game. But we saw Blue Jay immediately just did that as well, and he did a phenomenal job for the first time doing that kind of thing ever. So I have to give it to Blue Jay for not even adapting, but excelling and doing the same strategy Expendables try to throw in their face.
Yep, good job, Blue Jay. Anything else you'd like to add, Medkit, before we throw it on over for a break?
Yeah, that response after that, what we kind of witnessed was a bit of a massacre. Road had a ton of tempo all throughout the match, it felt like. And that team just had such good synergy micro-wise, and they, if you look very closely, they all just comboed and buffered their crowd control so well and just timed all of their abilities to isolate their key targets and just blow them up off the map, and then immediately just tempo to the next objective, whether it's taking invades or the objective, or they were just on the move constantly. They like knew exactly what to do, 2 steps ahead all the time.
Yep, and dare I say, it was also a slaughter. Congratulations, Rogue, for advancing together with the Chefs and GG's Expendabros. Thank you so much for playing. Don't go anywhere, chat. We have our last series coming up next with No Bunny's Business and the Underdog's POV. Welcome back, gamers. It's Group D time. Thanks for staying with us, everybody. I know it's been a long day, especially for our players. If you haven't already, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, and of course, keep up with us on Twitter, X, and join our Discord. We're back again, but this time around we have Nobody's Business. I love the pun on that. And the Underdogs POV. Summarizing what happened there, we have the Underdogs, going 3-2, Nobody's Business going 4-1, with Villains coming out on top and automatically qualifying for the next round in Group D. Joey, every single series we've watched today ended by one game to have the second placer move forward and advance to the quarterfinals. Is this something we're going to be expecting again, one game, or are we expecting to see two games? What are you wanting to see?
I think I'm wanting to see at least a 2-game series. I think that would be a little bit more fun and entertaining besides some of these one-sided kind of games we've been going today. But that's kind of like the nature of these group stages. There's some really, really strong teams. They're just going at it at each other. And sometimes the series kind of end pretty quick. But once we get to the main PCC, things are going to get even more spicy from there on for us.
Yeah, and going over a little bit of the roster, Nobody's Business, Wumba, Nugslit, Atomic, Crisis, and Boinks. Underdogs, we have Coffee, Proficiency, Blub, Cordit, and Vecron. Medkit, I know you know a little bit about these teams. Tell us about them.
One crazy thing about Nobody's Business is that each member of their team has like at least 2 or 3 master skins. So everyone in that role, yeah, they're pretty unbannable. They can probably work with any hero they want. They're really good at drafting. They've been putting a ton of work in these scrims lately, and they've been doing pretty good. Until this morning, we've seen Nugslit just play out of his mind.
Yep, we can see the hunger from each and every one of these players. And once you're playing at this level, you gotta be proficient at more than one laner or more than one hero. With that being said, though, I want to see the draft. Okay, there goes our beautiful draft screen. So Nobody's Business just needs to win 1 game, while the underdogs need to win 2. So there's a lot on the table for them. Are we going to be seeing the same bans, or, you seemed a little bit familiar with, some of the rosters. Which heroes are we going to be expecting to see? Medkit.
So for dueling, I'm heavily expecting a lot of Twin Blast and Kira and Belica. For mid lane, I'm expecting epic battles between Gideon, Belica, Iggy, and Gadget. In the jungle, I'm expecting ever so underrated Chimera and Crunch. And over in the offlane, I would say Steel, Zarus. But honestly, we're going to see a lot of flex picks here, and most likely over on the island.
Yeah, and we kind of saw like TB as one of the first picks also. Over in the desk, we talk about how it's always the flex picks that we always see. But what do you make of that, Joey, as we see the Gideon being banned?
Well, yeah, so Gideon's always been like a uncontested top mid laner. It's no surprise for them to go for the Gideon and the Decker ban, just like they're the more popular picks of bans coming to this series. But like coming into this, like especially meta where we're at right now, there's a lot more high priority picks like the Greystone showing up. The Sarah's can pick up a lot more as well. So we're gonna just see some really strong picks from both sides. Doesn't matter if you pick first or second, you're gonna get a really strong pick if you go for it.
Now, we see the Gideon ban, so most likely underdogs want to take that away from Nobody's Business, and Gideon is one of those master heroes that Atomic has under his belt. And similarly for Nobody's Business, you're taking Decker away from Boinks, who plays a lot of Decker. So already we see a shorten of the mid lane roster as well as the support. And right here we see a plethora of picks already. So going for underdogs, I'll go from left to right. We see the Richter. He can probably go anywhere. We're still not sure because we see the Rampage in the jungle. And underdogs have shown their ADC in the hands of Twin Blast. And we see the Phase banned as well.
Yeah, I'm not surprised with the Steel pick on Nobody's Business. Just Steel is just overall just one of the best offlane, just super annoying and always super strong team fights regardless if he's ahead or behind. And Belica mid, it's a really strong pick, especially for Atomic right here, with Waste most likely going in the ADC as well. But we could still see some flex between the Waste and the Belica, surprisingly enough, because Waste mid is a very strong pick if you one-shot him, of course, and Belica can also be flexed into the support role super well. And so we see the Greystone and the Phase ban right here, and that Phase ban is actually targeted towards Boinks, who's actually very, very good on Phase. Like that's one of her mastery skins, I believe.
And finally, we see Iggy and Scorch shown for the mid lane, Feng Mao most likely in the off lane, and Richter support, so in the dual lane. So it looks like what they bring to the table is a lot of isolation kills and a lot of fire from Iggy and Scorch. We're about to see that in this match.
Yeah, Nobody's Business actually having a large CC throughout the whole roster, like Chimera with his ultimate Hauser with this build. The Waste Rewind is just so nice for just setting up some really easy kills. If you have the team coordination, Belica doing Belica things with a knockup and Steel doing Steel things with his knockup. So all of Nobody's Business have a form of CC, so they can honestly let anyone just engage and they can just wombo combo to underdogs into oblivion.
Yeah, I really like the Wombo combo coming from No Bunny's Business. But, you know, the isolation kills that Medkit mentioned about underdogs, this is going to be a hot match to watch. Anything that you'd like to mention before we head over to our casters, Joey?
Yeah, I think what Underdog needs to do is they have to really play for the Rampage and the Victor engagement with the hook, the walk, and Rampage is leaping into the fray, because I think if they can get on top of the backline with the Wraith and Bellica, they can win out the team fights. However, Nobody's Business have so much that CC just protecting themselves, and Wraith obviously can play super far back with the Bellica. So it's going to be really hinged on the Rampage and Victor doing the work for Underdogs to find some kind of way to engage onto Nobody's Business in his team fights.
Yep, and it's a question of whether they'd be able to close that gap and get in there into that back line. What else, Medkit, would you like to mention before we hand it over?
So one last thing, across these two teams, we see a good, fairly balanced amount of tankiness and squishiness. We see a good amount of crowd control from both sides. We see a good balance of both AD and AP, and not to mention, there's also a good amount of mobility coming from each side of the team. So this is about to be a very interesting match.
Yep, and this is potentially our last game. You know, we never know, but this could reach a game 2 as well. No Bunny's Business versus the Underdog. Sending it over to you, Lance Cecil and F6.
Hey, thank you very much, our dog. I am Lance here with F6. How you doing today, F6?
Dude, I'm doing good, man. How you doing today, Lance?
Oh, if I was any better, I think I would split into twins. We've had 3 kind of lopsided series so far. Hopefully this 4th one provides us with a little bit more excitement. I am ready to get down on here, but what do you see from these comps before we get down onto the map?
Honestly, just like Make It said, I see 2 very balanced teams, a lot of engagement tools there, and also a lot of mobility and a lot of burst damage as well. So I think it's going to really come down to who gets that first initiation off and who can get that first kill to that damage in the back line.
I think so too. I also think it's really interesting. They got some good picks into the Iggy. We've seen Iggy have a lot of success today, but both Howitzer and Wraith have a way to kill those turrets really easily, ways to fight with him while not getting too close and being within the turret range. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes in the mid lane as well. Usually when I'm seeing an Iggy in mid lane, I'm trying to pick some up like a Howitzer into it, maybe a Gideon, but somewhere where I can have a little bit of range and stay back from it, and especially a Wraith if I feel like playing that in the mid lane and getting spicy.
Yeah. Especially whenever that house is going to be able to use that R2000 to kind of just take out those turrets, also as well as his auto attack, just having that AoE with it. Also, you mentioned with the Wraith, he's going to be able to use his R&B to be able to get those turrets down, usually within 1 shot, especially if they're not leveled up.
That's right. But now we go, F6. We are in here for the 4th Group D elimination series of the day. 1-0 already for No Bunny's Business, as they did win the game earlier during the groups. What are you expecting to see here as it happens? I guess I already asked you that, but what's up?
Man, honestly, like we said, the engagement tools are there for both teams. I'm really kind of thinking that early game with that Rampage and that Richter going into that rock into the hook combo is going to be really detrimental into that duo lane. But when it comes down to it, if that knock-up comes out of Bellica, if it's just a 2v2 over there in that lane, if she's able to get that knock-up going into the combo with the Wraith, is going to do a lot of damage to whoever is in the way of that.
I think so too. I also think it's interesting to see the Rampage come out here in the jungle. We haven't seen a whole lot of Rampage. He was somebody who was a consistent top pick for the first couple of PCCs, then kind of got put on the back burner with a couple of the nerfs and the changes that they made to him. Nice to see him out. A lot of good engagements they have here. The rock into the hook coming out of Corn Guy here could really make a big difference.
No, 100% agree with you there, Lance. And like we said before, it just comes down to when you have such 2 team comps with just honestly the same things, it just comes down to who can do it better and who can get the initiation off first. So we're looking for the counter with the Bellica onto the hook with the Richter. But if that hook lands, it's going to be a very dangerous time for this dual lane.
I also love seeing that both of the mid laners just warded the enemy junglers 2 camp, trying to get as much information as they can. Both the junglers on the 5 camp right now, but as those move towards the 2s, the enemy mid laners, the enemy teams will be aware of it. The first hook is going to miss out of Corn Guy here. Give Crisis Code the ability to go a little bit more aggressive, put a little bit of poke down here, as Wraith is good at doing early in the game.
Yeah, and especially with 2 range individual or heroes inside of the duo lane, if that hook misses, that is all the threat that is disappearing from that lane. And they now have about 12 to 15 seconds of chances to just kind of put damage back into this Richter. So that's what you just saw out of that little trade there in that window. But we also got to talk about this off lane, right? We do see Nugslit here actually coming over to this Feng Mao.
Yeah, and it looks like the first gank might start to come out here. Nugslit does get kind of dropped down here, unable to jump back up there as he is only level 2 here on the Chimera. This Feng Mao should be able to just kind of walk out into his jungle and feel plenty safe here.
Yeah, Nuggsley's going to look towards that 3 camp, but Feng Mao is still kind of in a bad position, but now that he's back onto his side of the wave, he should be good to go. But that 3 camp is going to be invaded, but it looks like Oba is going to also do the same thing and kind of just counter jungle the counter jungle that is happening.
Yeah, Kofi being able to jump in there, take that blue buff away from the enemy. You see Nugslit doing the same thing. So both looking at a vertical jungle so far, staying on their strong sides of the map. A little bit of action should start to come out here as level 3, almost level 4 should be starting to get secured for the junglers here. Full kits are available for them. Just looking for the area and the opening that they can do so they can make that strike.
Yeah, we do see Feng Mao over there on Violence Proficiency, as we know him from the last PCC being the MVP. So on a comfortable pick as well. We do know Steel is overall just a strong hero in general, but Rampage looking over in this duos lane as they are getting gold buff. So it might see a little bit of attention if there's opportunity there. But like we said, Proficiency, prior MVP into this off lane, you would be a little bit worried with other individuals playing into that matchup, but just the way he kind of just presents himself inside this lane and just being able to just be such a great player, I think we're going to see a lot coming out of him.
Right, I agree. So we're going to have to take a peek back here as we are kind of being slow in this early parts. Not a lot of successful ganks come out. We've only seen the one from Nugslit, which the Feng Mao was able to just kind of move around and position himself away from it. Who do you think has the advantage early in these games, F6?
That is a hard question to answer. Like I totally believe this is a very even matchup, but when it comes down to it, I'm a little bit more on this side of this early game. I'm looking towards this Rampage into the Richter hook, getting this pressure inside the duo lane, not letting Crisis Code on the Wraith kind of get into any sort of lead, because they are going to have the advantage with the 2 ranges and also with the Chimera, as you can see right now, able to go towards the early objective just being with that passive, being able to allow him to heal all upon these monsters inside the jungle.
Yeah, very aggressive, going immediately for the 5 minute, but it is going to be Atomic who's going to get hooked by the Richter. Going to have to boop himself away, but he's only got a little bit left. Put him on the board. That's first blood for Underdogs, and the fight is not over yet. Corn Guy is going to be the next to fall to Nugslit here. Is it 1 kill apiece for each team? Blinks are coming out from Cordit as well. Nugslit still jumping in here, but his health bar is low. Are they going to be able to get him? Yes, Blood will survive. It's now the Wraith who has the attention onto him. Boinks is going to be able to pick up Blood, but the Feng Mao is going to flash into the turret, be able to pick up the Balika. We got fireworks early, 2-4.
Man, 6 kills down within 6 minutes. We were talking about how this game was not looking very active, and then out of nowhere, it just blossomed. And that is what we see. Great rotation from Proficiency with that Feng Mao, and that's what I'm talking about. Him just being able to have that situational awareness on what he needs to do. He's not going to win that matchup and get a lot of pressure onto that Steel in that lane. So his best bet is to rotate here, pick up a kill or 2 like he just did, and get himself to skyrocket his lead through kills instead of trying to sit there in lane.
Right, that is what. And so it looks like we got Boinks coming here with a little bit of a roam. Not a whole lot of damage going to get put down onto Blub here, though, as he is about full health when it comes. Wumba going to use a bull rush here under the tower as well to get himself back to safety. He has hit 6, so that's basically full build for a steal at this point.
Yeah, Rock lands off onto the Boinks, though. Going to be in a bad position. Not going to come out of it, though. Able to get that seismic assault up to kind of peel for herself there. But I 100% agree with you there. Once Steel hits level 6, it's just a whole entire different ball game. Now Steel is going to be that one that's rotating to these objectives, and he just brings a little bit more to the table when it comes to these team fights into the mid and late game.
He definitely does. Still just kind of battling back and forth. The Bull Rush is going to go to the left side of the Feng Mao, who now does have the little bit of an advantage. Oh, the level 6 is available as well. Earthshatter's going to get him. That's the single dingle, the solo bolo, and the steel's going to fall.
Yeah, proficiency, my man is proficient, but we have a little bit more action inside this duo lane. Nothing going to come out of it but a good trade. But that is what you have to be careful of inside of that off lane. When Feng Mao hits 6, he now becomes even more dangerous because you might think you have him, but Make It Rain comes out top corner.
Coordinate's going to fall to Atomic, who comes in with the absolutely nuclear-sized ultimate. That should free up the ability for them to get this first neutral objective of the game in the Fangtooth. They tried it at 5 minutes. It didn't work for them. 3 minutes later, they get the kill onto the enemy ADC. So here is that free objective for them.
Yeah, and I mean, that is what you wanted to see out of Atomic. One of these guys that was going to be playing inside the ADC role, but a little bit of a swap coming out a little bit later on, and now he's back into the mid lane, being able to pick up that kill to give them this advantage towards the Fangtooth. Looks like it's going towards Bunny.
It does, but they are trading the mini prime for it over on the other side of the map. And once again, Prov is just fighting here with Wumba, getting him low. That Earthshatter should be just about off cooldown. You need to be careful, Wumba. Here comes the rest of the team as well. Wumba going to use the shield smash, but it's going to be too late. It is Prov picking up another kill with the assistance of his team from the underdogs here. Boink's taking a bit of damage as well, but Nugs is here, going to jump forward on to the Richter, try to get a little bit of damage onto Corn Boy here. Oh, the rewind happens, pulls him back into it. That's going to be able to secure the kill for Crisis Code. So a good job by Bunnies to be able to trade that back.
Yeah, they were able to trade that mini prime for that Fangtooth, and we saw that huge rotation. Wumba should have been a little bit more situationally aware for that to come out. Once you know that they're going for that, and once you see that been taken, you know there's a gank coming to your lane if you're out of position. And just stuck there a little bit too long, but that rewind coming out of the Wraith, able to pick up a kill on the opposite side of the map, and that is what you want, to at least trade into a kill when you're losing off into the other side of the map.
Indeed, 6. So we've started to see this Feng Mao get a little bit ahead in this matchup. What is No Bunny's Business going to be able to do to slow that down so that snowball doesn't get rolling down the hill? But hold on a second, because it looks like we might have a fight popping out here.
Oh my God.
It is the hook that is going to land onto Atomic. Gonna have to try to use Make It Rain to get back up into the lane, but a little too late. Blub is going to pick up the kill on him as well.
Yeah, I mean, that right there, a great Whiplash coming out of the Richter there, kind of to put Atomic in a bad position, and the turrets from Iggy there to make that fall down. And he was up in the air, but like you said, the turrets are there, so it's going to be able to pick up those kills when Iggy cannot with his Molotov.
Right, so back to the question I was asking you before, though. This Feng Mao is starting to get large. He's got 2-3 kills under his belt right now, clearly winning this lane into Wumba here on the Steel. Steel's kind of a character that you are just relying on some of the CC later, but what are they going to be able to do to stop this 3-0 or 3-0-0 Feng Mao?
I mean, one thing he's going to have to do is kind of just play it safe in this lane. He's going to have to start to play around objectives, play around his team, look forward to setup, because that's what he's there for. He's not necessarily there to split push this lane. Meanwhile, the Feng Mao can split push the lane, right? He's going to need to be there in the team fights to create a lot of commotion to allow the Wraith, allow Boinks, and allow the Howitzer to do the damage that they need to clean up the damage dealers, so they're able to turn the fight into their favor. So you're just going to have to kind of settle with understanding he's losing this lane right now, but a little bit more tension inside this mid lane.
Oh, Great blink by Blub to avoid the ult from Nugslet, the call of the Cole there on Chimera, but it is Corn Guy who's coming over here to provide a little bit of support. Does have the hook and the whole kit available to him. Wumbo once again gonna get knocked back, gonna have to use the shield smash to get a little bit of clearance for himself. The rest of the team is going to fall in as well. Big boop comes out of the howitzer there that's going to allow Crisis Code to pick one up, but now it is Nobody's Business who is in retreat. Boinks is going to fall. Nugslet low health as well. Atomic's going to make it rain from the top, but Nugslet is going to fall to Prov over into the back lane. This is a 2-for-1 so far in favor of Underdog's POV, and they're going to have to push B and get back into their fountain, reset their health bars.
Yeah, they're going to need to take a reset here and kind of analyze what just happened, because we were talking about how Proficiency have such a lead on top of Wamba right now. Wamba did try to rotate like we needed him to do into these team fights, but the damage was not there. And what happened was the worst outcome for him, is Proficiency able to get a double kill over on that team fight. So now he's a little bit more in the lead, and that is not a good thing that you want from a Feng Mao, especially an assassin that relies on getting these early game leads.
Exactly, and it's tough, right? Because the team fighting is there for Wumba, for Nobody's Business with that offlane. But if somebody like Prov, who we saw win the MVP of our last tournament on a character like Feng Mao, with what he was doing with that and the Grux in the last, he knows how to play these heroes. He knows how to snowball. He knows how to get ahead, knows how to work the entire map. Don't expect it to be long until that tier 1 turret falls and he starts moving this pressure over into the other side of the maps if it's anything like what we saw in PCC5.
Yeah, we don't want that, because we did say violence is the answer, and if he has to do it again, that's going to be a little bit weird. But Blub without a blink, and there it is coming in.
Gonna have to use the Epoch, but it is trivial at this point in time. He is just going to fall down, uses the ult to try to knock Nugslet back, but that's just going to mean Atomic can secure the kill. But Boinks is going to get yoinked from Corn Guy here, and that is a 1-for-1 trade back to it, but that should give the Underdogs a inside track to get the second Fangtooth of the map here. Actually, look out, here is Prov. He's got his eyes set onto Atomic, gonna go underneath the turret. Make It Rain's gonna come down, try to get some damage. Is Atomic gonna be able to turn this around? Not quite. He's gonna escape with his life there. But
yeah,
very
barely
escaping.
One more tower shot and he was going to be down. But the Fangtooth, a second neutral or third neutral objective of the game, goes towards Underdogs, and they are looking to clean this game out with objective. But do see one Bahuff here in the split push, able to get that T1 down, and unfortunate for Atomic, unable to get that kill, but it was good enough to get the Feng Mao to kind of retreat and allow Wamba to get the pressure on that side of the map.
Yeah, good macro play to trade back that tier 1 turret. Wumba needs that solo gold right now. 400 for being the only person around as that turret falls. Try to catch him back up. Get some of those stats that are going to be able to help him survive these engagements from the Feng Mao. See if he can do what he can to stay alive. He does find himself in a 2v1 here. The Molotov is going to miss, but he's going to walk backwards into it. Going to have to just try to retreat here and keep his turret alive.
Yeah, we do see Proficiency kind of backing away here. Looks like Underdogs are looking towards that mini prime. They do have the advantage through the mid wave a little bit, but definitely in the off lane. So not a lot to contest, especially with 3 turrets from Iggy over on this objective.
Right, so they are going to be able to burn this mighty quick. They're going to donate it over to the Feng Mao as well. That is what I would do. The rock is going to land onto Atomic, going to get hooked with the Wombo combo like we said before, going to get skewered as well, and that is a dead rat. Howitzer is down, and now they've got their eyes set onto Nugslet. Prov should be able to get up here, catch onto him, uses the ice score and talents, going to use the hamstring, going to dash himself forward as well. Nugslet doing what he can to retreat, but ooh, the call of the Cole is going to make Prov have to retreat back off a little bit here. Going to save his life. Oh, what a hook from Corn Boy onto Crisis Code here. Going to be able to secure Blub another kill onto the ADC this time. Shield Slam's going to come in as well, but it's only going to land on the Rampage, who is not who you were looking to do. He's going to go into the Behemoth, and that should be able to walk him right out of that jungle, just coming in there, stating their authority, stamping it down with their presence, and walking right out.
Yeah, Underdog's doing a great job right now, macroing and microing throughout this game. They're able to take the mini prime there, create that pressure, get a kill, nice little combo with the Rock and the Richter CC to clean up Atomic, and then push their threat into the red side. But now, as we see, they're low on mana, so they're able to push this mid lane down.
Right, the turret hasn't quite fallen yet. Oh my gosh. This Richter has been so on point with the hooks, pulls him back into the tier 1 that was still up. Now that's Nugslet with a very low health bar, as he is going to have to try to retreat. The mini prime buff still available on this Feng Mao right now, who is once again W keying Wumba down. He's gonna take one of the stuns here, but it shouldn't matter at this point. Gonna use the Razorback as well. The Rock from way downtown. Oh, Nugslet just gets out with the back there. Nerves of steel, and there's the Earth Shatter. Oh, the Earth Shatter misses. Wumba's going to survive it, but it doesn't look like Boinks is going to be able to survive. Wow. There's so much going on. There's so many people getting out with just a sliver of their health back. They're actually able to turn this back. Atomic lands the R2000 mine onto Kofi, kills the Rampage, and just when it looks like they're the ones who are going to be able to fall down, they pulled out the Uno reverse card. Speaking of Uno reverse card, they rewind Crisis there with Cordit, who gets him with the single bingle, kills him 1v1.
Yeah, there's a lot of action going on right now. These guys are going after it. They want to move on into that next main event, and that is what we are seeing right now. Great play coming out of Proficiency, able to understand that he has the Omen right now and Mind Razor, and going into that Bloodlighter, he's just so far ahead, and he's almost able to secure that kill on the steal. And even Nugslet that was recalling right there, he's only maybe half a second away from being able to stop that back, and I'll probably get Proficiency, get at least one kill through that, but they did get the blink on top of Wumba there, so that is a resource that is down for him. But right now, Feng Mao is a menace, and he is here. The damage on him right now is absurd.
Yeah, and this has been such an even match. There's been so much gold left on the table from both of these. Interesting to see that it is the Steel who was able to take the first tier 1 tower, as it has been Prov who's had this mini prime as well, and is keen to pushing the objectives. We are at one Fangtooth apiece right here, as once again we've got a fight kind of breaking off between the two of these, but Wumba knows that there's really not much Prov can do to kill him at this point, especially with his tier 1 up here. He's gonna have to retreat, but he's gonna have to get back there quickly, as Prov might be able to take the majority of the health of his tier 1 tower during this.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to back here. Wumba looking to rotate towards the third Fangtooth that's coming up, and there's going to be a big team fight coming out. Rock goes out, hits, but no initiation coming out of it. Atomic has to use Make It Rain down here, but Nugslet going in.
No, and here is the steal he had to back, and that's going to be the Richter falling down early to Nugslet, who's going to get him with the ambush. So now there is a numbers advantage, and Prov still is on the other side of the map.
Rewind.
He is pushing a tier 2, so they have to do what they can to try to make something with this, because they are losing a big portion of their map. Gonna have to give that up for the second Fangtooth, as the Feng Mao is just free pushing over here in this off lane.
Yeah, and this is what you want from your assassin, right? He's not able to rotate his fight, but hold on a second, more action pack coming on. We do see the Rampage going in, and he actually steals the second Fangtooth.
Oh, and the chain of CC that they put him afterwards with the boop from Atomic, and then the knockup from Boinks as well. It makes it so that they're able to secure the kill after as well. But that is hashtag worth in all chat if you are that Rampage, because you get the second Fangtooth, you get that extra out of combat movement speed, you get a hook onto Crisis Code here if you're the Corn Boy, and that is Blub picking up another kill with an impressive stat line of 5, 3, and 5 so far in this game.
Yeah, Corn Guy is just hitting every single hook possible right now when it matters, and even when he just needs to and just wants to kind of make a play. But a big thing I want to highlight there is Proficiency was able to get that T2 over inside the off lane, but not only that, he was able to invade the red side, able to get that red buff away from Nugslet, so that is a little bit less farm going towards the side of Bunny. So they're going to have to do a lot of rethinking here and getting themselves to group up together to play against this aggressiveness and this off-lane push.
And that's the Prov we saw in PCC5. Give him a window, and he's going to tear the wall off your house. He goes in there, takes the tier 1, takes the tier 2, takes the red buff. The team still steals the second Fangtooth as well, and that is a massive swing. Underdog's still probably in the lead as that began, but now this game is completely in their side. Kill score still looks a little close. Prov's going to be able to pick up Boinks here. The Make It Rain is going to come out as well. The Shield Slam is going to come down onto Prov. This will be a big shutdown if they can get it. It's Atomic who's going to be able to pick it up, so that's a lot of gold for him. Wumba's going to fall as well as Cornboy is going to land another hook. Nugslet trying to run away from Kofi here on the Rampage, who should be able to pick him up, and he does. So they have to turn and run away here, as it is only the mid laner and the ADC up for Nobody's Business. Only the off laner down for Underdog's POV, and this is potentially an Orb Prime angle for Underdogs.
100%. They have the Iggy with them. They have their Twin Blast ADC with them. Then we already know how much damage these two alone can put on a neutral objective, but they're going to have to answer. But the hook lands again on top, and down goes Crisis Code, and this is going to secure the Orb Prime for Underdogs.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see if you're a Nobody's Business fan, as Crisis Code now on a staggered death timer from the rest of them. The rest of the members are now up, will not have their ADC for 25 seconds to try to defend against this Orb Prime push, and this is great for Underdog's POV, really starting to crack this game open.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of running away with this lead right now. Bunnies are just not playing to the level. And I mean, when a Richter is just landing hook after hook, and then you have a Feng Mao just being able to create that lead, now he's stealing blue side jungle, not afraid, because there's not much to do but call. The call comes out with a seismic assault.
Yeah, Prov gonna do what he can to run back in here, but he's stuck into the pit. Ooh, is actually gonna blink up. How did he get away there? Only a hero like Feng Mao is able to do what he just did, being able to escape there with the extra blink, with his right mouse button, the alternate ability. Holy cow, he looked like he was dead to rights. All Atomic needed to do was land one more R2000 missile, and he can't get it to land.
No, he cannot, but the mobility is really... Oh my god, another Whiplash coming out of nowhere to grab Nugslet, but Feng Mao has to dash out here, and they are looking to be aggressive with this Orb Prime.
Right, and they are just assorting their dominance, putting their thumb down on their throats, and once again, you see the rock into the Whiplash, into the dead rat. So 4 members here pressuring the tier 2 in mid lane. The inhib is going to... Oh, actually, the inhib does not fall to the pressure of Prov. I saw an Iggy turret die, I believe, potentially. But the shield splash is going to mash. The bull rip goes back in the other direction. Corn Guy taking some aggro from the turret, but the health bars of Nobody's Business are very low. They are going to be able to trade back the Feng Mao, and then once again, you see the rock into the hook, into the dead member of Nobody's Business. Only the steal remains as Underdog POV is starting to pressure into this base, already has one inhib down, getting the minions in place to be able to take the second as well.
Yeah, and that was a great pressure coming out of Iggy to get at least halfway down, and that created so much room for them to just burn down that inhibitor, and now they've put their attention towards the second one with 3 members still down on the side of Bunny, and I mean, there's not much they can do as they turn their attention away from trying to end the game to going over to make a smarter decision onto this blue side, clear it out, and look towards this Primordial Fangtooth.
Right, and this Primordial Fangtooth will be huge for them. They're third of the map if they get it. So on top of getting the Primordial Blaze, it'll also get them that permanent increase to their armors and their damages, put them even in a more positive position to be able to end this spot. And Cornboy does have to flash away in response here, doesn't want to get picked out here, as the members of Nobody's Business are back up and trying to start to be aggressive here. They do see Blub trying to get him as he is isolated, but as he continues to move back, they're going to run into the rest of the members of Underdogs. Kofi here goes into the Behemoth. Coordinate's going to be able to pick Boinks up from the other end. Atomic's going to join up into the trees with the Make It Rain, but he's not going to be able to make anything land. That's 3 members down. That's 4 members down for Nobody's Business. Only Crisis Code is left, and that does not look good for the Bunnies here, as 5 versus 1. They should be able to just walk up here and take this core down if they want to. Nobody up for another 20 seconds.
Yeah, nobody's going to be able to come back up. Boinks is coming up as Bellica, but the damage is not there. She's not playing mid. They're looking to run towards the code, Crisis Code, and Boinks left to try and hit. Riplash does miss, and the Rock, but are they going to be able to defend this? And I don't think they are.
No, the health bars are so low. They pick Boinks up once again. All 5 members focusing onto the core. Not much a Wraith is going to be able to do to stop this. And just like that, we're going to have a game 3v6. Finally, not just clean butt kickings throughout our elimination round. We've got one with a little bit of drama in it. The winner of our next game against Underdogs and No Bunny's Business will be the final team to make it through our elimination and into our main event 2 weeks from now on January 27th.
Yeah, one more match, one more showdown to really get these players to try and push for a fight. Who will come out on top? We don't know yet, and we're just going to have to wait for the next one.
So what sort of adjustments are we looking for here, though, F6? They got to try to do what they can. No Bunny's Business. They were able to win the one during the groups. This match didn't go in their favor. Do you remember anything about what worked for them in the game during groups that they were able to beat Underdogs?
Yeah, I mean, they were able to pick up the crunch. Nugslets, a little bit more comfort pick on that character, but the enemy team allowed kind of the crunch to kind of prosper in that field because they kind of didn't have a lot of CC and allowed the crunch to flourish. And that's what they're going to probably have to do, trying to out-draft their opponent, get themselves into a little bit more of a comfortable role to get themselves an advantage. But when it comes down to it, I mean, Corn Guy, he was hitting every single hook and was able to set up for his team and proficiency, able to get that advantage as an assassin in that offlane. So they're going to have to find a way to shut down both of those things and put these players onto different heroes to allow them to prosper in these macro decisions.
Yeah, Corn Guy absolutely farming the enemy team. But with that, we are going to kick it back to our desk before we get into game 2.
Wow, thank you F6 and Lance. What an incredible display of performance from both teams. But what's this? We get a second game. We were literally just talking about this. Medkit, we mentioned the mastery and the prowess by No Bunny's Business, but they need to be hungrier and they need to put in the labor to make it through this second match. We are watching the Underdogs POV and they want this bad. Joey, you've made an outfit change. What happened?
Well, it's my favorite kind of diff, and that's the offlane diff in this game. Because interesting enough, like the Steel versus Fame-Mao matchup, most of the time, the Fame-Mao, what he needs to do in offlane especially, is get ahead and start snowballing. And good luck trying to do that against a Steel, right? Normally that's not how it goes, but it's just the offlane diff in that match. He got the early kills on the Steel, then the early rotation kills just got ahead to the point where the amount that the Fame was at a disadvantage, he just kind of walk over the Steel and walk over the other team right there.
Yep, and those boots were made for walking. What can we take away from this game, Medkit?
Man, Underdogs, I gotta say, are fighting tooth and nail in order to clutch these matches and place themselves amongst the top winners in Group D. Corn Guy with the high pull rate, Kofi being everywhere and securing all these objectives. The Underdogs have over-delivered macro-wise and with pressure, but kept that foot on the gas, especially after that first Fangtooth. Mini goes to Underdogs. Huge fight happens, Prio. Next Fang, Underdogs. Mini Prime 2 goes to Underdogs. Primal, Underdogs. Or Prime, Underdogs. They were in such control throughout that entire match.
Indeed. And you know what? They just need to win one game, but so does No Bunny's Business. Joey, what do the bunnies need to do to evolve into the rabbits?
Yeah, so it kind of seems like that overall the first game was a little bit rough on all like the walls, the jungle, the dual lane. There was a lot of bloody kills going over, but the big difference is they got the kills going to the Underdogs, got them to snowball faster, and they were to take over the game after that. I think what bunnies need to do is they need to like find a way to play the tempo better early game, trying to like, especially in the offlane. I think the problem is if you get the offlane like really ahead, it's really hard to deal with all of that among with the other kind of challenges they have to go against. So I think they just need to really take that early game a little more like seriously, a little bit more slow, and just trying to find ways to go more even, find more opportunities to get ahead, and then start to dominate in those team fights.
Sounds like they need to build that tempo up. But Medkit, what's your take on the strategy for the bunnies?
I would say somehow ban ramp, somehow get rid of Richter off Corn Guy. And no matter what the question, I think Violence will always have the answer. So no bunny's business needs to maneuver their way around the draft so that Wumba has a strong hero matchup versus proficiency.
Yep, violence is the answer. Violence is the way. There is a lot of pressure on the table. Let's take a quick break. Get your drink, your favorite snack, because we will be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to game number 2 of this series. We certainly didn't expect this because all day we've only had 1 game bangers from each set. This is game 2 of Group D's elimination round, Nobody's Business versus the Underdogs POV. And we already know how much of a banger it'll be because we got a lot at stake here. But let's turn it over right into the draft. We got no time to waste. Joey, are we expecting any target bans now that we have game number 2 underway?
Yeah, so I think what they need to do is I think what Nobody's Business should actually do is I think they're trying to find a way to get more of the comfort picks because Megan mentioned that Nurse really like the Crunch Jungle, and I know Boyce really likes the more like phase support for example. Atomic, of course, is a beast on the Gideon, so I think part of what Nobody's Business need to do is they need to like find ways to shut down like the other team, but also find ways to get their own like more comfort pick because underdogs are showing up today and they need to bring their best heroes to go into them, and we do see the Deku being banned, but also the game again being banned, definitely a target ban against the Atomic mids.
Yeah, so right now there's no time to mess around with flex picks from either side. They are target banning specific heroes, getting Gideon away from mid lane, getting Decker away from the dueling. They don't want to deal with none of that. So we're about to see what that really means is Gideon won't be able to provide that a big AoE team fight, which means Nobody's Business could probably plan on something where Gideon can kind of outshine in that role, and we see Richter actually the first flex pick being allowed for Nobody's Business. Now, Richter provides a lot of flexibility, can be placed anywhere, right? Can be placed in the support lane, off lane, even the jungle. We don't know where that Richter's going, but he provides that pull, provides that silence, lots of crowd control. And we see another flex pick picked from underdogs now.
Yeah, so this time the Belica is going to go to the underdogs, and it's going to be very interesting to see if they're going to put that in the support role or the mid lane. But I mean, if the game is getting banned, then Belica doesn't really have as much worry about being counter-picked in the mid lane. So I think it's a really solid pick to do the Belica right here. And Richter is actually someone that Roomba I know like to play a lot, so it could be a Richter off lane, but he can also be in the jungle as well. We have to wait and see here in just a sec.
And Belica provides a lot of agency. She has a stun, and we also see Nobody's Business. We see the dual lane that's probably been shown for over here. We see the thunk coming from Narbash. We got the silence from Drongo. Their dual lane has pretty much picked up, as well as Rampage for underdogs has been taken. So that's most likely gonna go to the jungle. Now already we see a lot of crowd control from both sides, including the Drongo, who can provide that silence. We know how critical it is for like how underdogs, they had such good macro pressure, and having the Drongo being able to silence away the jungler just in time so that they can't smite it, that could be the plan going forward for Nobody's Business. And not to mention, they still have a ton of crowd control, and we see that on both sides still.
Yeah, kind of interesting to see that Nobody's Business doing the same kind of strategy they did last game, where they kind of prioritized getting like the heavy kind of CC throughout all their picks right here. And we saw what happened last time, where they still wasn't clicking for them to get the CC and kind of stopping the aggression from the underdogs. And we see right here that underdogs pick up the Twin Blast and the Rampage. So Twin Blast obviously really solid ADC. He's the one that can actually play pretty safely against heavy CC and cons, which is the mobility and high range attacks. And of course, the Rampage is jumping in. I think Rampage is going to be a problem for Nobody's Business by just jumping in the back. So it's the map, you have all the CC, Rampage just turns big boy, Rampage jumps across the map, walks the AC in his face, and you're going to have to try really hard to get him off your ADC. And we see Underdog spamming out the steal, which I don't know if that wasn't as necessary of a ban right there, because we always see Nobody's Business having so much fun lining, so much CC. It's almost like if they go steal for Nobody's Business, it's almost kind of like a bad pick, which is they really need some more damage coming into play right here.
I definitely agree. I think for Underdogs, they could have probably pressured another mid laner off the table for Nobody's Business, and Steel could have been a fantastic matchup against the Richter. Instead, we see Wraith being picked up for Underdogs and Feng Mao being banned. So what this means is we may have a Wraith mid lane actually, and the dual lane has been secured. So really, all they have to do, Underdogs have slithered their way around this draft so that they can possibly have a hero matchup over whoever is going to be in the offlane for Wumba for Nobody's Business.
Yeah, that Wraith meta is super interesting because he's like one of the highest skill heroes in the game. You have to be almost like a one-trick to be able to pull him off, because if you miss one ability on Wraith, your damage just falls off a cliff. So it shows really just huge confidence by Underdogs to pick up the Wraith mid right here. And so I think what Nobody's Business always have the CC from the Richter and the Norbash, and we see a Countess actually being picked up here. Countess is a hero that has not been picked up that much because she's someone that you only pick if you want to really counter someone mid, and it looks like Atomic might be picking up the counters right here to try to counter the Wraith mid right here. So really kind of smart choice by him.
Yeah, I agree. I think Nobody's Business, especially Atomic, recognized that, okay, that's the matchup that I have to deal with. Let me get a character where if I can dodge the cooldowns given from the Wraith, I can kind of go in on them. And Countess is a perfect hero for that. She got that blink in. She's got a lot of AP damage. And we see the Greystone also picked up. Most likely their jungler or the off. Actually, we don't know where the Richter and Greystone will go yet, but we all know Wumba loves his Richter. So I'm predicting Wumba to pick up Richter in the off lane here.
Oh my goodness, there were so many target bans in this draft. We talked a lot about the Nobody's Business strategy, but how will the Underdogs make their team comp work, Joey?
Yeah, so Underdogs, what they really need to do is get the mid lane ahead, because Wraith is that pick that he needs the snowball to be just a menace in team fights. Like, unlike the Gadget or Gideon world, they can kind of still be a menace in team fights even if they're slightly behind. Wraith needs to be ahead to be able to have a lot of pressure and like impact in his team fights. But I mean, it gets the Countess mid, which is kind of like a bad matchup for him. But at the same time, Countess is someone that's easier to lock down and gain, especially with this Rampage pick right here. So I think mid lane may be a more target kind of lane for Underdogs. I'm trying to shut down the count, but also get the Wraith mid super ahead.
All right, Medkit, I gotta ask, for Nobody's Business though, how are they going to win with this comp?
So I'm looking at Richter, Narbash, and Greystone. And what I noticed from Underdogs is that they have 4 AD, so it's gonna be up to them to build as much physical armor as they can to kind of mitigate as much damage coming from them, and their Belica is most likely the support, so all that magic power won't come in, at least for like the next half of the match. So I'm gonna keep an eye on the itemization for Nobody's Business frontliners, and I'm really interested in seeing how the Countess will play out actually.
All right, well, without further ado, Lance Cecil and F6.
Thank you very much, Ardog and the desk. We are super excited to get back into this. What did you see out of this draft? This is an interesting one, F6.
Like, one of the things I want to say is they just kind of traded heroes and kind of said, hey, let's see who could play which one better. So definitely going to see if the Richter could be as good as Corn Guy on the other side, and kind of see who could play macro and the micro better. I think it's going to come down to, like I said before, who can initiate first. And last game, Underdogs kind of did it with the Richter, landing all those hooks.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it's also going to be really interesting to see how this Countess performs. I think that hero is incredibly feast or famine, especially in the mid lane. However, he is into two 80 carry champions, and Countess kind of eats them. If she can get to that spot that she's got her full passive stacked, has all 10 stacks, has that magical lifesteal, the extra magical power as well, and can scale into the late game, she's going to be able to pick and delete any hero that they can if they can't lock some CC down onto her. However, if some CC comes onto the Countess, it's all over. They're dead. So it'll be interesting to see, and I feel like this is going to go back and forth, and it's going to be on a hinge. I can feel this being a stomp one way or the other, and it's going to come in the early games.
Yeah, Countess early game's a little bit weak, but Atomic does like to play Countess, and I think this will be a great matchup as long as he's able to get the farm with her inside the early game, maybe pick up a kill or two, playing smart, and then once that mid to late game rolls around, if she is not CC'd or silenced or just stopped in general or focused down, she is going to be able to delete those 280 carries and delete the squishies in the back line. Not too much with the Rampage, but everybody else on side of that Underdogs team is going to be viable for targets.
Right, and there is a decent amount of CC in order to be able to stop the Countess as well, though. You got the stun from the Zarish, you've got the rock, you've got the rewind, you got the knock-up. There are plenty of ways to isolate and then burst this Countess down. So maybe will be wise for them to play around some other aspects as well. Also interesting to see that it is looking to be the Richter off lane. Don't see a whole lot of that nowadays. Although I know that is a Wumba special. Wumba, one of the first people to get the Richter mastery skin, affinity skin. So he's very comfortable on this and knows what he's doing. How is that matchup into the Zarius though?
So he's able to actually trade a little bit better into that early game Zars with that riot shield or with that passive. He's just going to be able to take if he takes it very smart into that R&B, he should be able to mitigate kind of just that early damage. He can't be too aggressive, going to have to play around with that hook. If he's able to land these hooks inside the off lane, he's going to be able to chunk that Zars down and be able to at least kind of go at him.
Right, and does start with his the shock wave, so gonna put a little bit of pushing pressure down as he already has some of the minions cleared here. Gonna try to push into violence, it looks like. And we also do need to mention it is the Wraith who went mid lane for Underdog POV here, so that is Blub piloting that. We weren't necessarily sure, as we have seen a lot of Twin Blast mid lane in like solo queue and stuff, a lot of disrespectful things that a Twin Blast mid lane can do, just ulting somebody on repeat, pushing them out of lane over and over again. So happy to not see that, honestly, but it was a possibility.
Yeah, and I mean, they just got a level 2 advantage here in the duo lane, so they're going to need to play careful here. But Atomic also in a little bit of trouble.
Speaking of level 2 advantages, not much a character like Countess can really do level 2, especially if she doesn't get that first initial combo off, as you see Blub pushing her out of the lane, as those two are going to be going at each other all of the time. If Blub is going to be able to keep Atomic off of him in a way and at that range where the Rampage benefits, and actually we do have this blink coming out right away. Blub's gonna flash forward here. Atomic's got little to no mana and health left. Nugsliff shows up as well, but put him on the board. That's first blood for Blub, and Blub is gonna get picked up by Nugsliff as well. So now we have the Rampage and the Greystone going at each other, but this is not where you want to fight a Greystone with that health regen that he has. Nugsliff gonna be able to get back into his tier 1 tower. Kofi doesn't want to be able to chase that, and that's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, but the advantage going over to Underdog's POV with the first blood.
Yeah, and that's a great pickup. The Countess without mana there is something that you do not want. She probably could have definitely turned that around and be able to get that first blood if she had a little bit more mana, but she used all of her abilities, used the blink, and it's unfortunately cannot go anywhere, and they were able to pick up the first blood. But once this game keeps going on a little bit later, Boinks actually hits the thunk here and gonna have to force the blink on a corn guy, and that is what you want to see. So do expect a little bit of attention on that off lane, but back to that mid lane, like I was saying, he was able to get a blink there off of the counter, so she's going to have to be a little bit more careful. But once she gets into that mid to late game, she's going to be a little bit more powerful.
Right, and is able to do a decent amount of health down to Blub, who, like we said before, does have a little bit of a gold advantage. It's level 4 before Atomic will as well, who is once again already out of mana, has gone the Occult Crest, so no extra mana in the crest as well. And Kofi up on, or actually not Kofi, it's Prov up onto the top ropes here, who is potentially going to jump down on here. Nugslips comes back with the counter gank as well. Boinks shows up too, but it doesn't look like there's enough damage to get anybody too close to the execute range or to the death range. So a little bit of time spent here in the mid lane. A lot of people showing up because they know how pivotal this matchup can be towards either team's success in this game, but no kills on the second attempt here in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of mana left on these heroes when they came into initiation. Greystone was able to get pressure on, but if there's no mana on top of that Countess, won't be able to follow up with that much damage, so unable to secure that kill there, but was able to void out the gank coming in from the Zarus from the offlane there, so that is still a win in my book. What she's probably going to go into is either the Tempest or the Obelisk with the Oculus Crest. So she's going to go for the infinite scaling or just that AoE damage while she's trying to get into those fights.
Right, and into the double ADCs, I don't necessarily know that Obelisk is necessary, as she should be able to just blow either of them up. But once again, they are already turning attention to it. Blub chasing Countess into the red side jungle over there. But looks like she's able to get out once again, and they are just focusing so much attention over here into the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, they need to focus her. They don't want her to come and get into that mid to late game because that is going to be bad, right? I said it before, I'm going to say it again. If she gets to the point where she could start to one-shot these lower squishy individuals on the other team, it's not going to be a good day, especially with the Narbash healing. That sustain is going to help the overall team comp out with the Greystone as well. So they do not want that. They're going to need to focus her down, keep her down for as long as possible to avoid that conflict.
Right, pulls up the rock, does land it. Blub here with the knock, or with the surprise into the knock, able to get their reset onto it. A little bit of health left, does take the Q back from Atomic, but it's going to be too little too late. Nuzleaf shows up, but Atomic is already in spectator mode.
Yeah, and that's that pressure they're applying, just able to stick onto her. And that's what Wraith kind of provides, able to get that damage out from a range and not necessarily be too close to the Countess to have her kind of just burst out her damage on top of him all at once. And the fact that Rampage's rock is there and that 2-second stun is just unbelievably strong.
So strong. Changes haven't come in yet that will be out on the next patch that kind of reduce that. So using that ability on the Rampage while they still have it here, and just, I know we've talked about this a little bit. Actually, an interesting little flash comes out of Wumba there. I don't know if he was seeing ghosts or hearing some shadows behind him or something, but kind of blinks out of nowhere there. Maybe not super sure where Blub was. Nugsliff's gonna be a good guy. Leave this river buff up for Atomic to be able to grab as he's going to jump forward on to the Rampage, but that should secure both river buffs for No Bunny's business, as we see Atomic looking to potentially make a roam over here into the dual lane, but both of those members just reset, so not able to find anybody.
Yeah, Richter Wumba had to blink out there just because Blub showed up and he hit level 6. So that rewind was in the pocket for Wraith to potentially get the kill there, and with the Zarus ult as well there to kind of just lock him down. And he does not want that because that's one of the big disadvantages. Once you hit level 6 there, the Zarus being able to trap you with not a lot of mobility coming out of the Richter. But able to get the ward on the 5 camp from Atomic.
Oh, the rewind!
Yeah,
not enough follow-up damage from Blub there.
100% forces the blink out as well, and then that's a good job for Blub because his ult's going to be back up before that blink is. So Atomic once again in a sticky situation, no escape, but the counter again comes in from Nugs.
Ult comes out right away from Atomic, as well as Nuglet continuing to put damage here onto Blub, who's going to flash forward. Nuglet's going to go into the tower, use his ult, but Blub's going to be able to walk right out of that. He is tanking some turret shots now. Wumba's around as well, but Nuglet should be able to just kind of walk out from this. Don't know if they've got a lot of kill potential onto this Rampage. Actually, now the damage is starting to come, but they need to be careful. Blub's going to be able to get in here, going to trade his life back, but he's going to pick up the Greystone as well. Skewer's going to come out onto Kofi, who's going to be able to flash back into his turret. Here comes Zarus with the cage, who's going to lock Wumba into place and allow Kofi to be able to back. Now Wumba is going to have to run away as Prov is starting to poke him with the big spear. Atomic here, as well as this has been the longest team fight ever. He's back from his death timer, back from the respawn, all the way back into the mid lane here, looking at Prov, who it probably is going to aggress forward onto him, hit him with the stun here, but he needs to be careful. He doesn't have a lot of health bar left on him. Atomic is a little bit behind, but that Countess still does have a lot of damage in the kit.
Yeah,
and
that
it
means
looks
she's
like it's
able to pick
finally
up the
going to
river
end.
buff. Yeah, and
Picking up the
be able to
river
pick up
buff,
that river
yes.
buff. And then there's going to be the pressure coming out from the Twin Blast rotating on the other side as well. So that was a great rotation coming out of Twin Blast there. Like I said, Atomic without that blink is going to be a little bit of a rough time for him. You're going to see a lot of people coming in from different lanes trying to get the kill off on the Countess to keep her down. But Wamba still lurking again.
Yeah, Wamba in here one more time, does get the invisible. Riplash is going to land. They should be able to pick him up here, trying to donate the kill over to Atomic, who is going to pick it up. Wamba gets out with the healing from Boinks, not dying to the turret. The Bellica is around, not enough damage from the Void Bomb in order to be able to take them down. And this has just been a party in mid lane this entire game, F6.
Yeah, and it comes right back down to where they're trying to focus their attention, and we could see it from once the minutes of the clock start ticking, and there it is. They're trying to make sure Atomic does not get to that mid to late game, but they need to start as Bunny to kind of pressure out the map and notice that, hey, Atomic, you're going to get pressured. I need you to play safe as they look towards trading the mini prime here for the Fangtooth.
Right, and once again, they're going to donate this over to Prov here on the Zarus. That's his, I believe, third mini prime of this series so far, as they are trying to do what they can to win through this offlane. But yeah, just like you're saying, they need to recognize that they are focusing Atomic here on the side of Underdog's POV and see what No Bunny's Business can do to take advantage on the other side lanes and in the jungle in order to try to be able to work those advantages and work those open lanes that they're getting as they're funneling their attention into the mid lane.
Yeah, I think they need to start to. I know Boinks has been rotating a little bit more often than she usually does with that Narbash. And Narbash is getting into that part of the game where his heals are going to start to be a problem. But Prophecy and Wamba in trouble.
Yeah, Wamba's going to take a rock to the back of the head. Going to use the skewer. Going to get the Riplash in as well, as Prov does not have a lot of mana here. He's going to have to try to run away. Isn't going to be able to pick him up. And that is going to be Blub roaming all of the way over and picking up a kill onto the Richter.
Yeah, that is the second rotation coming out of Blub there, trying to put impact on top of the entire map, and he's able to do that. The first time he rotated, he forced a blink, and the second time he's able to secure a kill there and help save Proficiency from getting a death mark down on top of the team over there. But inside this dual lane, looks like they're pressuring out on that side, trying to get themselves back into this.
Doing what they can for sure. We do have level 8 over here on to the Countess. So getting close to having that second point in the ultimate, which does make a big difference on their ability to be able to burst one of the targets that they jump onto down. But it might be to the point where it's a little too late for them, as you see the massive amount of damage that she just took from Blub with just the one single Q right mouse button combo onto it. Need to be careful here if you're the Countess, as super squishy at this point if you're not trading damage back and getting some of that magical lifesteal. 1-3 and 1, so does have 2 stacks into the passive, but that's not going to be enough to keep you alive into the damage you're facing.
Not at all, but do see Nuggles in a little bit of a trouble here. Has to use the leap to kind of get himself into a better position. Wamba rotating back over into the offlane, trying to get himself from not losing this T1 tower, as we do see Rampage on the opposite side of the jungle, maybe looking to get aggressive.
We see him doing a little bit of an invade as they're trying to take claim to the enemy's blue side jungle here, as they are kind of in control so far in this map. But Nugslet does have a little bit of aggression. Gonna use the ult to force the blink out of Corn Guy here. So for the next 5 minutes, he is a little vulnerable. Rock's gonna miss from Kofi as well. But once again, we see Wamba on the retreat. 2 members have rotated over here to try to take down this tier 1 tower. Kofi doing a good job of covering that mid lane and not allowing Atomic to free farm during it as well. So good macro movement, placing their pieces, their heroes in the right spot for Underdogs.
Yeah, not seeing a lot of wards, though, coming out of both teams. We do see some mirror wards going outside the 5 camp over on each side of the enemy's jungle. But Kofi inside the red side looking to try and sneak something, but finds nothing. Nogla's going to be able to farm, even though being contested by the Zarus.
Right, and very importantly, gonna keep his red buff up, keep that slow on his auto attacks if he's able to get onto a hero. With heroes on the enemy team like the Wraith, like the Twin Blast, being able to apply the slow to them, stick to them is going to be so important so that your Countess can try to get on them and blow them up. They need to try to get something going like this as it does kind of benefit them the longer this game goes because of the more damage that the Countess can do. But into a double AD comp, you never want to have to deal with the amount of damage that they're going to be able to pop out. And here we go. As you see, just like that, Atomic's able to do about half of Blub's health there. Doesn't expend the ultimate either. So just the Q into the Blade Siphon to kind of spin around, do a little bit. But Blub's basically back to full health already with that health pot.
Yeah, and then over into this dual lane, I do not want to kind of disregard this Drongo. He does have Vanquisher online now, and with those red rounds, if he's able to get off a successful amount of basic attacks, he's going to be able to do. But the rewind comes in.
Rewind comes in, and then he's going to have to blink into his tower as well. So Atomic able to survive this as well. But here comes the collapse onto Blub. Actually, the skewer is going to miss as Blub blinks forward as well. And now it is Atomic who needs to turn around and run as the health bar is low. Blub's going to be able to pick him up. Wumbo falling down low as well. That's a stack onto the Zarus for it with the ultimate coming out, the Coliseum. So 2 members of No Bunny's Business is down. The rest of the team is starting to move around here, but they are at a numbers disadvantage. I don't think they're going to be able to contest this Fangtooth.
No, they lost 2 members there. They lost their only really good kind of CC tank to kind of just trying to get the initiation off, and the Richter is down, and Countess is not there to really do a lot of damage. So this is going to be the Fangtooth going towards the side of underdogs.
Yeah, that's 1 apiece for them. And Blub also makes a rotation over to the offlane, able to pick the tier 1 turret up. Nugslet does a good job of trying to trade that back and pick up the mid tier 1 as well here. But overall, just a little bit more extra going to underdog POV there in that exchange.
Yeah, they're just playing a little bit better, answering to the kind of split push. Nitro was able to push the mid there, but they were able to trade that T1 like you just said. But the fact that they were able to also get the neutral objective of the Fangtooth just allows them to get a little bit more gold and a better trade into their team.
They do get a little bit better trade with the 2 kills with the trading of tier 1 towers, but I would rather have that solo gold go on to my Wraith than on to my Greystone as well. So gold on the important members as well, as Blub was able to pick up the kill onto Atomic in that fight as well. 3-7 on the kill score so far throughout this game, and it's starting to feel like underdog POV is gonna pull off the gentleman's sweep. Came into the series down 0-1, won game 2. Looks like they might be able to pull game 3 out here, but it is a little early to make any sort of predictions like that.
Yeah, knockup comes out of Bellica Seismic Assault, but Nox needs to be careful, and Wombar are going to have to retreat here as they got the mini prime on the side of the underdogs, and that is huge going into this macro play. That's another objective within 1 minute going towards the underdogs.
It is, and they put it on to the Rampage this time. You've seen them put it onto their offlaner. Every other opportunity they have had wasn't really around in order to be able to pick that up, but there is no problem having that on your jungler, having it on somebody who's able to more freely move from lane to lane and try to put a little bit of extra pressure down in here, especially with the tier 1 tower already being taken down in the offlane.
Yeah, definitely a smart move there since the offlaner already got his T1 down. Now you're able to use that on jungler, like you said, push throughout the rest of the map. So whichever lane he's able to get a successful gank on, he's going to be able to use the mini prime buff to push that lane and try and get these other T1s down, open up the map a little bit more for the underdogs so they can get possible invades off or just get the kind of the offensive on these neutral objectives when they come up.
Rock goes wide there from Kofi, so no follow-up as... Tell me if you've heard this one before, but there are a bunch of people posturing in the mid lane in this game so far. Really don't want to give even an inch to this Countess, who has finally hit level 11. So 2nd point in the ultimate like we were talking about before. So a little bit more burst potential. Still very far behind in this game, though.
Yeah, they're going to probably need to answer this, but it looks like Christ is going to have to give up this T1 on the left-hand side. Atomic getting aggressive here. How comes out with the... Oh, but oh my goodness, the damage. Able to secure the kill even with the rewind, and that is what Countess is all about.
That is what Countess is about. That is what No Bunny's business is hoping to see in this game. They are going to have to rely on stuff like that and Atomic's ability to get solo picks if they want to catch themselves back up into this game. And that was perfect. That also burned the ultimate from Blub there. Got rewound at the end, was able to get the last tick of damage out before the rewound happened. So wonderful for Atomic, now at 2-4-1, starting to catch himself back up into this game. Obviously, you can see that he can one-shot one of the squishies if she can get her hands onto her.
Yeah, and that's just so lethal. That combustion hit on top of the entire kit coming out of the Countess and just deleting Blub. Getting that shutdown gold on top as well is going to be huge. But Womba getting a little bit aggressive, unfortunate on the Riplash, and he's just going to have to be able to run away as Zaris.
He is going to have to run away, so that is the ultimate already used up here. Atomic is roaming over as well, but I don't know if this is a fight he's necessarily looking to pick at this point. Nugsliff does come into the mid lane to clear this wave out from it, but with the neutral objectives kind of down for right now, Orb Prime about to spawn, but nobody really in a position to take a 20-minute orb in this game. What are we looking at as these teams kind of reset and potentially slow down for a second?
But one thing you're going to see here is Atomic finally matching the rotation coming out of, oh my goodness, the ult goes off, but he forces the blink on top of the Zaris, but it looks like Kofi's getting a little bit aggressive here, Lance.
Yeah, Kofi getting aggressive, but it does secure the tier 1 over there. It does look like Crisis Code is going to get picked here. Gets knocked up by the Bellica drone, or by the Bellica seismic assault, then gets put down by the Twin Blast. Kofi here, as 4 members are looking to potentially move and take this tier 2 in the off lane. Health bars are a little bit low as they have started to take a little bit of it. Coliseum's going to come out from the Zaris as well, who is going to pick up a kill in return, but then have to turn around. 3 members still here potentially looking to do it as they are pressuring this tier 2. Good play out of them, just kind of going all in for this. Prov doing what he can to try to pick a kill up here, but he's going to get skewered by it. Atomic has blood in his eyes, going to go forward, should be able to use the Q to jump onto him here, potentially get the kill down. Whiplash is going to land. That'll do it for him, but it's going to cost them their tier 2 in mid lane as Blood was pushing it the entire time.
Not only that, Lance, that's going to cost them a Fangtooth as well. They were able to get a T2 and a T1 on the right side, but at what cost, right? They gave up the second Fangtooth for the underdogs, 3rd overall, and that is a huge buff going towards the underdogs to get themselves more gold for everybody instead of just the individuals on that side.
Yes, and great recognition from Underdog's POV there, seeing how many resources that No Bunny's business was dedicating over into the off lane, putting at one point 4 members over there before one of them died, just to try to take that tier 2. So they say, well, you're going to leave this other side of the map open for us? Well, we're going to take it from you then. And what they do is they take the mid tier 2. They take the second Fangtooth for themselves. Now Primordial will be the next one to spawn, should be up around the 26-minute mark, I believe. And at this point, when we've got the big boy objectives on, or Prime's up, Primordial Fangtooth is up, there's the potential for this game to just explode and reach an endpoint quickly is right around the corner.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the fact that Crisis is even doing bad. He's 1 level up on top of the Twin Blast. It's just Boinks has been rotating a lot, kind of leaving him by himself. So it's kind of just been a 1v2. But I think it's going to work out because now Atomic is in a position to where they can start to group up, kind of and just CC somebody to death. As long as he's able to get that ult off, lock somebody down, and Wamba is able to hit that hook, that is essentially 1 person out of that fight and now turns into a 4v5.
Yes, with the CC on the right person, anybody is going to get blown up, as you see happen here with Kofi, who's going to have to go into the Behemoth, who's actually going to be able to turn around. Prov is going to be able to kill Atomic throughout the course of this. Going to get a little view of the trees here as they are still continuing to fight. Behemoth is going to finally fall off as Boinks is in retreat. The Coliseum is going to come out. That's going to be another stack for the Zaris here as the rest of the team members' health bars are starting to go low. Kofi's going to fall to Nugslet as well. That is 3 members down for No Bunny's business. Wumba falling low as well. 4 members down. They've got their eyes set onto Crisis Code. Are they going to be able to get him? That's the full 5
goodness.
members down. The RGS ace for Underdog's POV. Do they have the health bars to go for this or Prime at F6?
I do not think so. If Blub is able to get
They're
hit
going
with
for
those missiles, actually he does not. He does not get the proc onto it. So they might be able to take this down with 280 carries here. And that is a lot of damage they're putting out. So I think this one actually goes, and it does, towards the underdogs. And that was a good, clean fight. And I think the huge mistake there was that entire combo, they used it on the wrong individual. And then Rampage is the last person you want to use all that CC on.
Yeah, excellent call out. Tried to use a lot of resources. If the Behemoth wasn't available for the Rampage, could have potentially gotten that pick off. However, it was still available to him. So all he has to do is push that ultimate button, goes big mode, becomes virtually unkillable at this point. Got a good proc from the Stonewall off as well that allowed the stun to come through to get some of that deep, or that burst damage off of him. Allows the rest of the underdogs to be able to come through, be able to pick those up. And here is Atomic probably going to get 1v1 here in the Coliseum here into Prov, doing what he can to actually stick back here. But with that extra power from the Orb Prime, should be able to get him down. So Prov picks up a kill in what was almost a 1v2, but the rest of Nobody's Business are here. But they need to be careful. They are giving up their mid inhib to chase down this Zarus right now. I am not sure about this call.
No, that was not a good call at all. And this is what Kofi and Corey are going to be able to do, is just take down this inhibitor, and that opens up the map. And if they do not recall, they see them on the map chasing. Christ is going to be in a bad position.
Yeah.
That TT Tower's not going to be able to save him.
Yeah, and even if Blood wasn't able to pick him up there, the other members were just right behind him. They were going to be able to run him down, as there was nowhere safe for him to retreat to. Nugslet is going to be able to pick up the support, but that's not the type of trade you're looking to make. Wimba's going to miss the Riplash as well as the Behemoth comes out. Rock is going to land. Rewind happens. That's going to be Wumba falling down as well. Now it's just Boinks and Atomic over here on this side of the map, and Boinks is going to fall. Atomic doing what he can to try to get his hands onto Blub. Gonna have to slip back to his position. Nugslet is going aggressive here, but he's gonna catch a thunk right away and have to slow down. The Rock is gonna hit him in the back of the head as well, and they are just continuously pressuring these lanes from the side of Underdog POV. That's going to allow them to slip in, try this Primordial Fangtooth as well.
Yeah, and just they're probably going to take a reset here. Blub's a little bit low. They do have the members to kind of answer if they go for the Fangtooth, but going to be able to squeeze that little back off just in time. But they're going to come out with the reset, look towards this Primordial Fangtooth, and right now with that middle inhibitor down, they're going to have a little bit more of an advantage and going to have the setup for it coming out of the side.
They are, and Nugslet is actually going to get hit by this Zarus a little bit as he is sitting there trying to clear a ward, as they are into the position right now where they're just trying to posture for positioning here. You can't give this third Fangtooth up, the Primordial Blaze, over to Underdog's POV if you are Nobody's Business. They have to do what they can to fight this out, try to get towards it, but it's going to be tough for them as they're at a combat disadvantage right now. Pretty much every single team fight we've seen so far has gone the direction of Underdog's POV with that double ADC, the amount of damage they're coming out, the Zarus as well, being able to burst down pretty much any hero they want, and it's about to pop off. Nugslet is down into here, but he is the one who is on the retreat as he is taking a bunch of damage. The Orb Prime buff still is up for Underdog's POV here as the fight is about to commence. Coliseum comes down. Nugslet is stuck inside of it. However, that's not going to be enough damage to get a kill while the Coliseum is still up, as the members of Nobody's Business are still retreating. Atomic's going to try to go in, do a little bit of damage, but he's not going to be able to get back to his Shadow Slip. That's going to be him falling down. It's a 1-for-1 trade, though, as they also take down Cordit on the enemy team, but they are continuously running back. Boinks at very, very low health. Wumba's going to get caught as well as he gets hit by a rock. Going to have to flash forward, but Blub's going to get him with the knock-knock. And that is three members actually, for Nobody's Business down at this point. 4 members down as Blub is going to pick up another one, hit him with the Iggy and Scorch Spray at the end of it, get back into here, finish up taking down this left side inhibitor. So that is now 2 inhibs down for Nobody's Business. Underdog POV pressuring the base.
Yeah, Blob's looking a little low, proficiency low as well. Not a lot of mana on these individuals, but Blob is doing so much damage. And with the Stoneforge Soul down on Nugsley, he's going to have to run back to his base here. And they do still have Atomic coming back up. So they're going to have to live to fight another day here. But it's getting really close. This Orb Prime fight should be the last big team fight. And whoever gets this is either going to be able to have a good defense and be able to go through this game if it's the Bunnies. But if Underdog gets this Orb Prime, I think it's going to be looking a little bit grim for them going into this ending game.
I agree, and this is what it is all about. We are down to this on a razor's edge here. Doesn't look favorable for No Bunny's business, but could definitely get themselves back into this game by just picking up 1 or 2 team fights around one of these neutral objectives. This is for the final spot in PCC6 main event quarterfinals here, and Wumba's going to get knocked up, use the skewer, but it's going to be a little too late, and they're going to pick him up for free. No trade back. Nugsla is back down in here on to Cordit, who is going to be picked up by Crisis Code here. Drongo's going to use the shrapnel cannon to get himself back as well, but he's going to get caught with a rock while he does it. Kofi's going to pick him up. He's swinging his big arms here at Boinks as well, and that is going to be Pra falling down to Atomic in the back side here too. So it is a 3-for-2 right now in favor of Underdog's POV. So that should stop them from getting this neutral objective. But not if Nugsla is gonna get taken out here. Kofi is jumping forward onto him, has the damage that's coming through with Blub, should have the rock up in just a quick second here. Is he gonna land it? No, it's going to fall. So Nugsla will live to fight another day, as the rest of the members of No Bunny's business still in here defending their base. Inhib is going to pop back up in mid, though.
Yeah, it's going to pop right back up. We do have Primordial Fangtooth and the Orb Prime still up. The advantage is going to be kind of null and voided. We do have a little bit of advantage going towards Underdogs, but Atomic has been doing a lot of damage in the back line, kind of getting a couple kills and just throwing damage everywhere he can. So if he's still able to allow to do that, they might be able to turn these fight, because we can start to see the Narbash healing kind of pick up here, and they're kind of sustaining a little bit more into that fight.
Nugslit just snuck right by them in order to try to get some vision control down there. Very, very risky a maneuver from him there. If he would have gotten picked, he would have been in quite a bit of trouble. There is a super minion wave into the base, so Nugslit is actually going to have to base. As Underdog POV recognizes that, though, and they are going to move their way towards this Orb Prime, as the hunt is not available for No Bunny's business here, as they sent their jungler back, who is now sprinting towards it, but it's too little too late. You're playing against 2 ADCs. They're going to rip the Orb Prime. They're going to pick it up at 31 minutes. Coliseum's going to come out as well. This is going to be Wumba taking a whole bunch of damage here. Going to end up falling down, as it's going to be Corn Guy who gets the kill onto him. Nobody else has fallen yet. Actually, it looks like Atomic is going to fall to Blub as well. That's 3 members down. That's 4 members down. Only Nuglet is left. He's going to hit the ult from the Greystone, but it is trivial. Another RGS ace. All 5 members are down. That should be Underdog's POV securing the 8th and final spot in our main event, as they run past the inhib that has respawned, run up to their super wave, or their super minion wave, run up to the core and take it down from the enemies. GG's Underdog's POV.
Yeah, and that's going to be game for them. Nobody coming up within the next 10 seconds. And what a turnaround, a reverse sweep coming down from the Underdogs after already losing 1 to No Bunny's business here. So, man, what a turnaround for the last series of the day.
It was an instant classic. They did what they could. I loved the creativity coming out of No Bunny's business here. When's the last time you saw a Countess mid lane in a comp game, F6?
Not a lot, but I don't think that's what really came down to. I think it was just kind of just grouping up together. I just think that Underdog POV was just able to do it better twice, 2 games in a row, and that's what really got it out for them to get the number 8 spot.
Right, so congratulations to Underdog POV for securing that final spot. Like we have said, come back, run the gauntlet. They came in down a game, knew they had to win 2 games in a row to fight for their tournament life, and just like that, they have qualified for our main event January 27th.
Yeah, great job coming out from Underdog's POV. Good job as well as Bunny getting to that fight just to get there, try and figure out, see if you can get to that spot of the 8th spot. So great series all around, and GG's to everybody that played today, and I can't wait for the main event.
I can't wait either. We are going to throw it back to our dog and our desk to end our day out, though. From me and F6, we just want to say thank you from the bottom of our hearts to all of our viewers today. We really appreciate you guys.
Thank you a lot.
Thank you so much, Lance and F6. What a game with the underdogs coming out on top to advance and secure that final spot in the quarterfinals. Amazing casting from you two always. Congratulations. Thanks for playing No Bunny's Business. But what a reverse sweep by the underdogs. We mentioned how the tempo needed to build slowly in order for No Bunny's Business to come out. But the underdogs certainly made a statement and showed us they're here and this is what they're made of. Joey, help us break this game down.
Yeah, so essentially what from the team count we saw on both sides, it really just played around the middle a lot, trying to get the race ahead, and the count is also just another great hero if they can get that snowball going for her. So you see both teams just playing for the mid super hard. The big difference though is that underdogs, their side lanes were winning really hard. Like again, Violence picking Sailors into the rig to getting counter pick, but still just dipping Woomba in the off lane. And the dual lane for underdogs were just performing out of their minds as well. So it's just like it was just a losing kind of situation for No Bunny's Business, unfortunately.
Yep, GG's NBB. Medkit, help us explore how the underdog secured that spot in the quarterfinals.
So to kind of bounce off what Lance and F6 said, we saw a moment there where Atomic was starting to become a win con versus the 3 squishy targets, right? Corded, Corn Guy, Blob, but ultimately it was not enough to... So to summarize this match, it was a difference of 2 things, I think. Target priority and having that leading into macro. So an interesting pattern I noticed in both of these games actually is that No Bunny's Business kind of secures the first Fang, and then underdogs go, you can have it. We're going to take the rest. We saw a similar pattern. After the first Fang goes down, they took pretty much every other objective on the map.
Yep, everything was calculated from there on. It was just slaughter after slaughter today, annihilation after annihilation. Any last comments from you, Joey, about that last game?
Well, based on how this whole today just unfolded, we got a lot of teams out for blood for each other, and now just imagine how much more it's going to spill out once we get to the next part of the tournament end of this month.
Yep, there was so much butchery and murder, dare I say. Medkit, any last comments from you?
Well, firstly, congratulations to underdogs. I think what they did was they really were in sync and gave their team the best chances of winning these objectives and ultimately not just the match but the entire series.
Yep, but it's certainly not over yet because we have $3,000 on the pot to play for, $2,000 to the first place, and $1,000 to the second place. Unfortunately, our day has to end. We will see you next time in the draw show, which will take place next Saturday, January 20th on Cutting to the Core. So what essentially happens is that the remaining teams will be entered into a pool of names and selected at random to be placed in the quarterfinals to see who they will be going against, which will be held on January 27th. Before we say goodbye to you all, I'd like to give the stage to Medkit to let us know what his socials are.
So, you can find me on YouTube. I make YouTube videos for Predecessor. And then if you follow me on Twitch, you'll see the reason why I'm known as the Meme King.
Joey, how do we keep up with your content?
Yeah, of course, you guys can find me over on YouTube, Jojo Shirley, and you can also find me on Twitter where I post updates or whenever you guys want to see beautiful pictures of my doggos. And so that's just it.
Thank you two for being a part of the desk. It was a pleasure to have you both. My name is Ardog with the Triple G's, your PCC host on YouTube, X, and Twitch. Thank you so much, though, to the players for taking part in the PCC. You know, show your favorite player and your favorite team some love and support because it's not over yet. There's a lot of work to be done before January 27th and 28th. You know, for our behind the scenes production team, our administrators, moderators, Jolster Stranger's Choice, Hot Sauce, Kana Tricks, Craze, 94J, Desk and Casters, Lance, F6 Tedium, Mr. Meds, Tang, TJ, Fralkin, Woofy, Nocton, everyone else I might have failed to mention. And last but not the least, to our community, thank you for being a part of this journey. Thank you for being a part of the chat from the very bottom of our hearts. You know, if you like what you see, we are on Discord, YouTube, Twitch, and X. We appreciate all the support. We are community-based tournament series, and we will see you next week for a Cutting to the Core episode. Thanks so much for being a part of the PCC.